Ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Students of the Month ceremony, City of Palatka. We always are honored to recognize our Students of the Month each month. They are the pride and future of our community, and we really are quite honored to have this opportunity to recognize everyone, and particularly the teachers and families as well. Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner McCaskill, since I don't seem to handle it well alone, can you help me? So we will ask you to each come up when your name is announced, and then we will also take photos with you and also with family and with your teachers, instructors. I think Commissioner Campbell is going to help us traffic-wise, and Commissioner McCaskill will hand you a certificate, and we will start the process. Palatka Junior Senior High, Chloe Dasher. Also to recognize that Chloe is one of our city youth ambassadors as well. Thank you, Chloe. Peniel Baptist Academy, Holden Moore. Browning Pierce Elementary, Jesse Fryer. Children's Reading Center Charter School, Trenton Reed. Hillcrest Academy, Justice Collins. James A. Long Elementary, Leanne Lily Smith. Mellon Learning Center Pre through K, Charles Webb. Mellon Learning Center K through 12. DeQuasha Green. Did I pronounce it correctly? Mosley Elementary, Ari Hampton. Okay. Palatka Junior Senior High, Hallie Duncan. Peniel Baptist, Liam Bagnell. And Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Ariana Hughes. Congratulations, everybody. Now the tricky part is the photo. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Up there. See everyone? Big group. I'm gonna take a couple pictures. We got everyone in there. Couple more. Wonderful, thank you. And there, we should take pictures.
So line up there.
If we get everyone over this direction here.
Line up there.
14th. Turn my mic on, sorry. We're going to call the meeting to order. The invocation is going to be led by Chaplain Mulberry. Pastor Mulberry.
Good evening. Father, again, we thank you again for this opportunity to come before you. We thank you for this meeting. We thank you for this session. We thank you, God, for the leadership that you provided. Pray, God, that you will crown their heads with the wisdom that is necessary to do all for the city's sake. We ask, God, for your guidance. You said in all thy ways to acknowledge you, and you will direct our path. Give us directions, Lord, in all that we undergird to do for your glory. Continue to bless the work of our hands. We thank you and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Commissioner Campbell.
Please join me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Krantz, roll call, please.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Here. Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum. I believe he is at an FMIT meeting, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Robbie Correa.
Present.
We have a quorum in the chambers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to go to the in the spotlight, Employee of the Month, Ms. Jones. Or is this Mr. Hunter? Or
This is Mr. Hunter coming to the
Mr.
podium,
Hunter, he's
Madam Mayor.
coming. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I know usually Virginia Jones is the spokesperson for In the Spotlight. However, tonight we're going to switch things up a little bit. I do want to say, when I first started here at the city, day one, I was informed about In the Spotlight. It excites me to see all of our employees are recognizing how hard each other work and are quick to nominate one another. This is year 2 of In the Spotlight, and I figure there's no better way to close out the year than to have Miss Virginia Jones as the Employee of the Month for the month of December.
So excited to be up here and kind of shine the light on Miss Virginia. She is our HR journalist and she does a lot for the city staff here. So I'm just going to read some of the notes that I submitted along for her nomination. Miss Virginia takes time to meet with each of the employees. She has met with me to discuss opportunities, benefits at impromptu times, because I will call the both of them anytime I have questions. When asked for information, she will look into matters thoroughly and make sure that we get the correct information. She takes time to travel to the different offices and engage with fellow staff. She shows up in our staff meetings all the time. Ms. Virginia strives to follow the protocols and policies that the city sets forth, and she reviews information to make sure that what is distributed is in the best interest of the city and its staff members. Her projects include blood screenings and health checks through a partnership with our insurance to keep staff healthy, both physically and mentally. Virginia aims to care for each of the staff members and their challenges in a timely fashion. She works hard to assist her fellow department heads through the hiring process to obtain quality candidates and proper onboarding. Congratulations.
Thank you all for the nomination. Sometimes for me, being the head streamer of this program, it's hard for me to step out and realize that I am an employee as well, and people are recognizing what I do. I really spend most of my time trying to, look at what all of the other employees are doing. So I step back sometime, and when I realize that I got nominated, I'm like, you are an employee, so somebody is recognizing you. So again, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the, take a picture. I'm so sorry.
While we're coming up for a picture, noted for the record, Commissioner Borum's present.
Approval of minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to read the November 9th regular meeting minutes? And do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve minutes from November the 9th.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Seeing none, we'll move on to the November 16th, 2023, excuse me, special call meeting. Have we had an opportunity to read the minutes, please? And a motion?
Motion, second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. We will get to public comments later in the agenda, but if you do want to make a public comment, could you please grab a yellow card and fill it out now and get it to Ms. Krantz so that we have those when we get to that point in the agenda. Thank you. We're going on to public recognition, presentations, proclamation.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to bring this proclamation to the commission for recognition of one of our volunteers. By this proclamation, Roberta Correa, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do recognize Dr. Shan Purinton for her tireless volunteer efforts amongst numerous organizations for many decades in our community, and we wish her the best in the next chapter of her life in her new community.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Second. This is second.
Yes, I was gonna bring Courtney.
Oh, how everybody doing? On behalf of the city of Palatka and the Community Affairs Department, we want to honor Shan Puritan for her 17 years of service and her dedication to the city of Palatka through her work at the Waterworks Environmental Center and the St. Johns River Center. As a beacon of kindness and commitment, Dr. Puritan has tirelessly devoted countless hours to bettering the lives of our fellow citizens through her unwavering passion for the community service that has spanned decades, during which time she has demonstrated exceptional leadership, compassion, and unyielding spirit of giving. On behalf of the city and the community affairs, we want to honor you with the flag.
This is also yours, so we keep it in.
Okay, thank you. Okay. This is hard. Okay, first, I want to say thank you to the commission, the mayor, everyone here. This is truly an honor. When you do have an opportunity to work with Waterworks and the River Center, and you realize what incredible assets those are for our city and our community, it's more fun than it is work. But I have to say, I'm just one of many, and many of our volunteers are here tonight. So I would like to have them stand. They represent both the River Center and Waterworks. There's Earl, Mike, Jay, all of you. And so over
Mayor
here.
Correa,
Oh
as
my
they
God.
stand, can we
Yeah,
ask
they're-
them to come forward for a photo?
Sure. Okay. All of you come forward. And I estimated, just so you'll know, the going rate for a volunteer in Florida is about $21 an hour. And that's just the average. Some of these people have incredible talents and abilities. They're like engineers and retired, all kinds of things. And they come rain or shine, as evidenced by tonight. And so where would you like us to do? I saw your agenda. It's huge. Okay, do this fast.
We're all gonna herd up there.
Hurry up.
You need to get up there.
Yep, you need to get up there as well, and
Your plaque.
we need your plaque.
Go. More.
Madam Mayor, can we ask that the Waterworks Environmental Center volunteers remain standing at the dais, please? Waterworks volunteers, please remain standing at the dais.
Waterworks, a garden is waterworks, yeah. We have an organic garden too, and so several of these people are gardeners. If you've not been to Waterworks, please come visit. You're part of this. You're a big part.
Oh, I'm sweating.
Okay. Oh, my gosh. Thank you.
We're gonna take a picture with that.
Okay, this is an exciting moment for the city, Waterworks, all the volunteers. This is from the state of Florida. This is to certify that in recognition of its historic significance, Palatka Waterworks has been officially listed on the National Register of Historic Places, effective the 13th day of March, 2023, on the National Hospital Department of the Interior, Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This will put it somewhere really good.
We will put it somewhere really good. We'll talk about
As some of you know, the work on this National Historic Registry thing, it takes years sometimes to do it. A lot of behind the scenes. So thank everyone. Again.
I'm really excited.
Where you sit down.
Oh, okay.
The operations team is looking to give you more room.
Okay, next on presentations is a report from NEFRAC, announcement of kickoff of community vision portion of comprehensive plan. Ms. Walsh. Is Lisa? Oh, here she comes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I would like to introduce Monica and Cassidy from the Northeast Florida Regional Council. They are going to be they are our consultant for this portion of the comprehensive plan update, which involves the community visioning process. And they have a short presentation they'd like to give to you. And as soon as they, oh, you ready? Okay, take it away.
Hi, good evening. My name is Monica Dominguez, and this is my colleague Cassidy Taylor, and we work for the Northeast Florida Regional Council. Today, I'm here to speak to you about the Palatka Vision Plan. The NEFRC provides various services and technical assistance. As some of you might remember, we do work in planning, economic development, resiliency, emergency preparedness across the 7-county region in Northeast Florida. Oh, what did I do there? Did I touch something? Ah. Okay. Our project team for our project is our senior executive, Beth Payne, who's our CEO, Eric Anderson. We also have the planning economic development team, Jack Shad. Some of you may have worked with him in the past. Myself, Cassidy Taylor, and our GIS expert, Robert Jordan. The City of Palatka needs to update its comprehensive plan to better reflect the current and the future community needs. NEFRC has been contracted to create a vision plan through community outreach, review of existing plans, and analysis of data trends relevant to a comprehensive plan. The final vision plan will include a community vision statement for the comprehensive plan, a visual preference survey that will feature results, a literature review of the documents we've been provided, and a trend analysis of existing conditions. The vision plan will then be used to inform updates to the comprehensive plan. Let me walk you through some of the meeting schedule that we have set out for this project. Today, we're introducing the project to BOCC. We'll be back in about a month to do a stakeholder committee meeting at the Ravine Garden State Park. These are all public meetings, as you know. This meeting will be used to identify priority topics that will inform the vision plan and the online survey. Now, the online survey will be live during the public input phase of this project. So the intention is most of our meetings will be in the evening. And so we would like to really get the community-wide input. So for someone that can't make an evening meeting, they can access the online survey, and that will have the same impact. Following that, we will do a community discussion. The one meeting will be at the Price Martin Center in February. The second one will be in March at the St. John's River State College. And here we will present a visual preference survey. So sometimes we don't really know, we know what we like and what we don't like, but it's much easier to react to something. So the survey will actually feature a lot of design and architectural elements to guide people to tell us what they're thinking in terms of their comprehensive plan. Following that, we're back at the Blue Crab Festival for a pop-up event, more input, and we're starting to ground truth some of what we've heard. Then finally, in May, we will draft all our results and bundle them, and we'll ask the community, did we get it right? Is this what we've heard? Then in June, we come back to BOCC, and we also come to the Planning Commission with a draft vision plan. By August, we have you provide us comments and questions, and by August, we have a final vision in front of you. And we will seek approval by City Commission. How can the community participate? In lots of ways. We have an online survey, the January 9th meeting. There's 2 meetings, community meeting discussions, one in February, one in March. Then we have the Blue Crab Festival pop-up event, and then in May. Also, the visual preference survey, or excuse me, the online survey will be live from January till May. So this is a poster of the next meeting that's coming up. January 9th at 5:30, community is invited to come out to the Ravine Garden State Park for a stakeholder meeting. Starting at 5:30, we'll be there with drinks and granola bars. And I open up the floor if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. The community engagement and stakeholders meeting,
I would like to see another meeting at a location that we recently obtained, which is the Jenkins Middle School, well, the Jenkins Community Center. The Community Affairs will be having other events over there, and I think we can have a captured audience that may want to participate, and I think that'd be a good place to get some feedback.
Thank you.
Any other input or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, may I add a couple of things? What I would like to ask the commissioners is for their input on additional stakeholders. We have drafted a list in a spreadsheet, mostly of the stakeholders that were present at the economic development meeting at the Ravines last year. But we would like to add to that members of various community groups, perhaps Rotary, Kiwanis clubs, churches, whatever you think might be appropriate. We'd be happy to take input on that. And you are welcome to email it to me and I will pass it along. I also want to let you know that I think that this is an excellent choice in our consultant and you should be in very capable hands throughout this year coming.
Have you shared that spreadsheet with us?
I have not, sir, but I will. That's all I
Thank
have
you.
unless you have any other
Okay.
questions.
Thank you. Next, a report from the police department, Chief Shaw.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm proud to be here tonight to have the honor to introduce you to some of our new hires as well as our appointed and promoted officers. So at this time, if I can have all officers come up front, please. We have two new hires. One could not be here tonight, but you guys are very familiar with Ian Roberts. Ian is currently in the academy. And one of the courses he is taking, one of the high liability courses he is taking, he was unable to leave the academy at this time. He's in a mid-day academy. So the evening time is very important and the time in the academy is counted. So we were unable to have Ian here with us. Early today, we were able to swear in all individuals, and we would like to take this time just to introduce them to you and have their selected individuals do the pinning for their badges. First up is Matthew Dickerson. Matthew, if you'd step forward for me, please, sir. Matthew is a new hire for us. Matthew is our first day starting with us. He is very excited. Our interview went very well. One thing I found out about Matthew is looks can be deceiving. Although he looks a little older than he is, he's pretty young. So starting out with Matthew, what I learned is looking at his folder, I noticed that it didn't match when he came and sat down. And I was told that I would be interviewing a young individual, but when he walked in the office, it didn't look the same. So I double checked to make sure I had the right person in front of me, and I did. And with no surprise, he didn't hesitate at all to do a very good job in expressing his interest not only in law enforcement but to serve the community. So we were glad to be able to bring Matthew on. So we are pleased. We believe he's going to bring a wealth of joy, and he's been excited and eager to start his career. So please help me welcome Matthew Dickerson. And pinning Mr. Dickerson today will be Colton Lee. Thank you very much. Nothing to stay here. Next up, we have an appointment. This person will be moving from patrol sergeant to detective sergeant for major crimes. David Lazo was born in Cuba and migrated to the U.S. when he was 12 years old. After high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy, where he served 10 years as a boatswain mate first, and then personnel specialist. David served during Operation Enduring Freedom and was awarded the Navy Achievement Medal
and Joint Service Commendation Medal. David has a 17-year-old son where they both enjoy soccer, although they both like different European teams. He wanted to make sure I made mention of that. David started his career with the Palatka Police Department in 2012 as a patrol officer and quickly became a field training officer. After 3 years on patrol, David became a narcotics detective and did so for over 6 years. Due to his numerous accomplishments, he was nominated and won Crime Stoppers for Northeast Florida Officer of the Year. He also won the Palatka Police Department's Police Officer of the Year and Detective of the Year. David also served as the FDLE Narcotics Task Force, where he worked with federal, state, and other local law enforcement agencies. In 2020, David was promoted to the rank of sergeant in the patrol division. A year later, he became a K-9 handler. As an officer, detective, and sergeant, David has participated in several community events that have been organized by the police department to strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. We are proud to announce David Lazo as our Major Crimes Detective Sergeant. Next up, promotion to sergeant, it's Quentin Beckton. Quentin, if you step forward. Quentin Beckton was born and raised in Palatka, Florida, and educated in Putnam County School District. He began his law enforcement career in 1999 while attending, at the time, the St. Johns River Community College Criminal Justice Academy in Palatka, Florida. In August of 2002, he was hired by the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. During his 4.5-year employment, he worked patrol, investigations, school resource, and was assigned to other specialty teams. In 2006, he started with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. During his 17-year employment, he worked patrol, special investigations unit, and traffic as a DUI unit, and a motorcycle deputy. In 2022, he left St. Johns Sheriff's Office and started with the Palatka Police Department, where he's currently assigned in the patrol division. Officer Beckton has received numerous commendations and awards throughout his career. He holds a bachelor's degree in sociology with a minor in criminal justice from Bethune-Cookman University and a master's in public administration from Barry University. Quentin Beckton came to us after 20 years to return home to service community, and we're very appreciative of it. And we are glad to have the honor to be able to promote him to sergeant with the Palatka Police Department. Sergeant Beckton, who will be pinning you today? His mother was doing the honors to pin him this evening.
First came, my first got law enforcement, she put my first badge on, now my first promotion.
And I'll still use a stick if I have to.
Next up is our promotion to lieutenant. Colton Lee, if you would, please step forward. Colton Lee is the son of a retired sheriff's deputy and an active elderly care executive. A sense of caring and wanting to help others were instilled in Colton at a very young age. From the time Colton was old enough to play cops and robbers with his older brother, he knew that he was going to become a police officer. Colton is happily married with his wife of 13 years who share 2 beautiful girls together. Colton is an active soccer coach and soccer athlete. Colton, I'm holding it together. I'm trying. Colton's fitness and soccer passions are shared with him by his wife and daughters. Colton Lee has been with this department since March of 2011. Colton has held many positions during his time, to include patrol officer, SWAT team member, burglary task force officer, street crimes detective, FDLE drug task force agent, patrol sergeant, crime suppression team leader, and major crime sergeant. Colton's approach to law enforcement has always been a lead by example approach. Colton's highlights of his career include Detective of the Year, Crime Stoppers Officer of the Year for Northeast Florida. Colton has organized and conducted numerous community events within many elementary schools throughout the county. And in the winter, Colton has organized Christmas and Halloween giveaways. In the summer, Colton has organized Cool Down with the Cop, ice cream parties, and Colton is proud member of the agency that strives for a positive, friendly relationship with the community. I think the last part for me is more touching. Colton spends time. He's the first one when we do reading for the elementary schools to volunteer to go read at the elementary schools, and that's a big thing for us. Just his desire to give back to the community, participate in the community is huge. But then overall, when we were short-staffed, Colton was one of two individuals that was tasked in the detectives division and was tasked to investigate major crimes, and did tirelessly without any complaints, addressing major crimes and doing it very successfully. So we gave a huge thank you to Colton for giving up of his time and dedicating it to us and the community. Colton, who will be pinning you today?
My father, Darren Lee, accompanied by my wife.
You need it?
No first aid? I'm busy, so.
Otherwise, I would have stabbed you. Good.
Yeah. You want me to do the clap?
Yeah. Sorry, Chief.
No problem. You take your time. I don't want to have to perform any first aid tonight. All right. Thank you, Colton. Next up is George Matthew Newcomb.
Say that again, please. Say that again, please.
I'm sorry. Next up, last but not least, is George Matthew Newcomb. George Matthew Newcomb. Captain Matthew Newcomb started his law enforcement career with the Palatka Police Department in October 1995 as a police officer. In June of 1998, he was promoted to the rank of detective in the Street Crimes Unit. He was promoted to the rank of corporal and named Officer of the Year in 2001. In 2002, Captain Newcomb earned his Associate's in Science degree from Vincennes University. He was transferred to the Street Crimes Unit as the unit supervisor in 2003. In 2004, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant and led a patrol squad until 2009. While serving as a patrol sergeant, he graduated from Flagler College with a bachelor's degree in public administration and attended the University of Louisville Southern Police Institute Administrative Officers course, and earned his master's degree in administrative of justice through the University of Louisville. He was promoted to the rank of captain in 2013. He currently oversees the day-to-day operations of the patrol division. Captain Newcomb today will be promoted to assistant chief. He is thus far our cornerstone, as it stands for from day one, and loyalty and dedication to the Palatka Police Department with the time that he's put in. As it stated, he started in 95. Here we are about to enter 2024. It speaks volumes when it says the number of days, months, years that has been dedicated to the police department and the city of Palatka. Matt is entering something that is very thankful for me because without him, it wouldn't allow me to do some things that I need to do to fulfill me and more so in my position. So I'm very grateful to the fact that we have somebody that's qualified to step in this position. And from this position, it allowed us to fill other positions that we had moving down and spark the energy throughout the police department that you're seeing today. We are one position shy, I'm sorry, three positions in looking to go into the academy, and we're hoping coming into the early year to be full for the first time in almost 8 years. So thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to present these individuals to you today.
We're not going to take a picture. Can we get a picture? Can we get a picture with them?
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, if you guys will step back up front for me, please.
Mr. Whitson is here from Local Government Visions to talk about the team building exercise, and he has to travel a distance after this, so out of courtesy, we're allowing him to do his presentation now.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the commission. It's an honor to be here tonight. Thank you for your courtesy. My sister-in-law passed away, and so I'm heading to the service. So I think there was I was here on November 9, and we talked about different formats for the team building exercise. And I think the Top Golf is now the top choice. There was a survey sent out in terms of where you would want to hold the retreat. And I think that bore out as number one. Right now, it looks like the best date for that is January 20, if we could get the facility booked for that date. And there would be those that could make that date. The next part of that would be the social portion. I think I sent a letter back to the mayor and commission about how we would restructure everything. The Top Golf would be the socializing, getting to know people into the retreat. And then there would be the actual team building retreat on a separate date. And that right now, it looks like 2 dates are coming up, February 5th and March 18. The only concerning part of that is, according to the poll, it looked like 3 out of the 5, and I would like to have 5 out of the 5 come if possible. So those are the main things I wanted to share with you and see if that approach was to your liking. And then I just had one other question, Madam Mayor, about this, and then we can, get the direction of the commission and go forward. The only other thing was there was in the original proposal, there was a kind of a personality assessment for people. That way you could tell who likes detail and who may be oriented in a different manner. It's a very useful tool, might be something that would help build bridges and understanding. And okay, am I too close?
You were.
Okay, all right. If there's a desire to do that, I need lead time to order the instrument, and I need email addresses, because what happens is you would fill out the instrument and the results would get emailed back to you. And actually, under this particular tool, not only would we go over the results, which is individual, and then you could share as you would like, there's email follow-up. that comes from the company as part of the service. So I didn't know if that was something you still wanted to do. There's a small charge for it and a lot of lead time and coordination. So I thought I would ask that. So basically 3 issues, making sure that we're good with the Top Golf on January 20, and then get as many people as we can for the other dates. And then the format, if you wanted to pursue the personality assessment.
Thank you. Commissioner McCaskill, do you have any thoughts on any of these?
Said the fee, what is the fee associated with it?
It was we didn't change the fee from the original proposal. I think it was $22.75, if I recall correctly. I think that's $400 for that. Yeah.
I want to ask.
Commissioner McCaskill, would you please turn on your microphone
It's on.
or speak
Okay.
closer?
You did send out is this part where the dates included in the one you sent out to us, the Google form for us to respond for dates? The January 20th, February 5th, March 18th, did you include those dates? I can't remember.
I believe so. I can look if you'll give me just a moment.
Yes. Those were the dates that came back from the majority.
Okay. I just think you know how to
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
if I respond.
right. Yeah. I think the mayor's sent hers in twice.
Well, there's a reason for that. But anyway, anything else?
No,
Commissioner?
I just want to make sure. you get
Okay.
some answers that you want. So
Okay.
we can move on. and then
This-
we'll get
This is the results of the poll. Commissioner McCaskill, I can't see who voted which way, but it shows me what number was the top because it's anonymous voting.
So you said that it was February and March that you weren't clear on the dates, but you did get a clear date for January 20th.
Yes, ma'am. It looked like the Top Golf for the January 20 was the #1 response. Is that correct, Sonny? And then 2, if you're going to do the Top Golf, that's the social activity. And then the actual team building would be on a separate date. And the 2 top dates that came back were yes, ma'am.
So just asking, are we going to give an answer tonight, or are you going to send out another one? February, if I don't have my calendar. Is that a Saturday again? March 18th?
March 18th is Monday.
And I think was March 18th during spring break time for us?
Yes.
Two employees?
Mhm.
And again, if you wanted to, yeah,
That's my answer. That's how you all want it tonight.
yeah,
Was it February 18th of March 18th?
February 5th, March 18th.
March 18th.
yes, ma'am. And again, if you wanted to do the personality part of this, that gives plenty of lead time because it does involve some email traffic and coordination. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Borum?
I'm flexible. I didn't even send in any dates. I'm flexible.
Commissioner Jones?
That's fine with me.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so we're saying the 18th is fine for the team building exercise? No, that's the social.
yeah, the 20th of January will be the Top Golf Social. If we can get the venue not nailed down, that's, something the
team
staff would
building
have to work out.
exercise, It was between those 2 dates.
Yes, ma'am.
February 5th and March 18th. And
Correct.
what is the consensus of the group? The 18th or the 5th for the top team building?
March 18th.
18th for me is fine. Okay, I think the 18th then.
Okay. And did you want to pursue the personality assessment as part of it? Okay.
Okay, that seems to be the majority as well.
All right, you got it. We're looking forward to working with you. And if you have anything else,
What is the location for the March 18th event?
oh, okay, there were some choices in the survey, and I think Sunny had those venues.
Tabulated?
I think it was,
It's on the screen.
yes. So I guess the choices are to go back to the Top Golf venue or to the Valhalla Hall. And that would be for a half-day thing, as I understood it.
I thought that if I'm remembering correctly, that if we were to have done the Top Golf, it would have been done together.
That's what I thought.
That's what I understood.
That's the way
but
that
I-
it,
If that's what you'd like to do, we can do that. We can make that work. It's just that there's more coordination and a lot going on, to make it all happen on one day in one venue.
And also, is there more cost to that as well, to do it all?
Well, the cost of the venue and and the food and
know,
all
and
that is separate, but
and
no
Mr. Hunt-
more cost for us.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the venue, not you specifically.
Yeah.
And Mr. Hunter must have stepped
I
out.
just think if we were to do it two separate occasions, it would require two separate bookings, which would be a cost.
Correct.
So that's why, again, I wanted to bring up when we were initially received this, that it said that it would be done together. So if that's not feasible, I think we would have to come up with a solution to the location if it's not gonna be done together. If we select another date.
And my question was, did something happen? Because it was stated that if we did it at Top Golf, it'll be two half. I mean, there'll be earlier session and then there'll be, and we'll do the,
Yeah, there's the social aspect to it, and then there's the actual
right, we
retreat.
were
Yeah. Mhm.
social first. And
Yes,
then so what changed? Did anything change?
No, I'm just trying to make sure that we get everybody on the same page. Again, I think it would be better to do it two separate times, but if there's a cost factor, that's fine. We'll just have to kind of combine some things. And again, if depending on the date, if it's March 18, that still gives us plenty of time for the personality assessment. So.
Right, but what happened? You gave us the dates and that's what we selected. We selected.
Well, I'm just now finding out about the actual dates. Yeah,
Oh, that's, go ahead.
yeah.
Sunny, do you have how the survey was presented to us available?
It
It
was,
was on Survey Monkey.
No, I don't think she's,
Question?
yeah.
No.
I think it was on the survey.
Yeah. We didn't have any dates originally because we didn't know how,
So
I
I
think
think
your
in order for
availability.
us to move forward and so that we can come up to a resolution, if we're able to do it on the one day, let's do it on the one day. If it poses a problem, bring it back to us and then we'll make the decision. Because again, we don't know the availability of Top Golf and the
Correct.
length of what we could do. So if you can first check that information
Right.
out, bring that back to us. If that's not an option, then we'll come back and have the conversation about the two separate options.
That sounds good. And with our first choice being the March 18 or the January 20.
20.
Okay, so the January 20 is the top choice if we can do it all together. And then if not, then we'll look at the other date. Because a lot of this was involved with the venue. We didn't control the venue and we didn't control your schedule. So we were just trying to get those nailed down.
We understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
We're going to move on to city manager and administrative reports. Ms. Cotty, please, presentation on the quarterly financial report.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, everyone. The city of Palatka for the 9 months that ended September 30th, 2023, our gross revenues were 44,726,000, and our expenditures 40,320,000. So at this point, based upon budgetary accounting, we have a revenues in excess of expenses, 4,405,000. So basically, all of our funds, none of them operated at a loss, which is really great. And that's based upon budgetary accounting. I keep saying that because we have not yet prepared for the audit. We're in the midst of that now. Our general fund generated 13 million and also spent 13 million. The golf course did well as well. So all of the funds, utility fund would be our next largest fund of operating at revenue stream of 16,548,000, and they had a profit of 1.5 million. So that's pretty much the gist of it. We we operated at a profit. That's the main thing for the city of Palatka budgetary accounting, okay?
Thank you.
Any questions? I'm sorry, any questions?
Anybody have any questions, Ms. Connie?
What is the reserve sitting at?
I would have to get back to you. I did not memorize that. I don't know that offhand,
Yeah.
but I don't mind immediately.
Right, in all reports, I mean, if even when we get the ones electronic, if the reserves can be there, then
Okay.
that'd be great.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions for Ms. Connie? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Update on the draft charter review workshop agenda, Ms. West.
Okay, so we have the charter review workshop is currently scheduled for January 8th at 10 a.m. We have a draft agenda. The three main substantive topics for discussion will be whether or not the city would like to use the assistance of a professional facilitator. And I do believe Ken Parker from Senior Advisors has made himself available via Zoom to answer any questions about his professional facilitation services that he offers, which are free of charge because of the population of our city. The second substantive topic would be the composition of the Charter Review Committee. So who you would like to appoint to that committee moving forward. And finally, and probably most importantly, the scope of the task for the Charter Review Committee. So you would need to discuss exactly what part of the charter or if the entire charter is going to be reviewed. I have provided a memo previously back in October of some of the areas of the charter that definitely do need attention. So those are basically the topics to be discussed on January 8th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Ms. West? Yes.
Well,
Mr. Barber.
of those, have you had a chance to make good progress in the charter in terms of looking at how far have you made it through the charter?
I've reviewed the entire charter.
Okay.
It's actually not a very lengthy document. If you take a look at it, the overwhelming majority of it is the legal description of the city, which, as you can imagine, it hasn't been updated in almost a century. So that in and of itself is going to be an extremely time-consuming process because we're going to have to pull all the annexation ordinances that we've adopted over time and get the help of a surveyor to basically redo that entire legal. I can't imagine that a work like that could be done in any time period less than 6 months, and that's just off the top of my head. But after you remove the legal description from the charter, it's just a couple pages.
Yeah, it's not much.
Yep.
Because you had some, I guess, things with regards to the meets and bounds.
Yes, the legal
Legal
is
description.
sorely out of date.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so, all right, good deal.
I would like to, for the scope,
Yes.
like one of the main things we have had to discuss most recently is the structure of direct reports. And that's who directly reports to the city manager, who directly reports to the commission. And I think we need to definitely make that clear and concise. And that wouldn't take long, and we could get that truthfully in on the next election cycle if we could, if we wanted to. But I just want to make sure and put that on record that that's number one scope.
Absolutely.
That could be moved to the top of the list, and then the rest of the stuff will
Right.
follow.
So just by way of example, you have nothing in your charter that references the airport authority. So, you know, if you're going to embark on an effort of reviewing the charter, I would strongly encourage reviewing that October memo so you can see the gaps that I've identified.
And it is going to be a thorough and lengthy process because it hasn't been reviewed. And historically, there's no record of it being reviewed almost since its inception. So.
That is correct. I have no documentation of it ever being reviewed in the past. So this would be the first time ever since the city was founded that the charter would be reviewed, from what I can tell of the documentation.
So your legal opinion, the amendment can be made. We don't have to review and make all the changes or recommended changes at the same time. We can amend portions.
And, or you could simply adopt an ordinance to be part of your code. That can, and that's how you've been functioning. But it's not lining up very well.
Right, for an example, when it's not in the charter, clearly that some things not in the charter, we haven't followed. I won't say it.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank
I think
you,
that she
Mrs.
hit it right on the head with us to make sure that we review that October document
memo.
that she gave to us.
I'll
I would-
recirculate that.
And I would make the
you.
recommendation that we follow that.
Sure.
Thank you. We are going to move on to public comments. Before I open the floor, public comments are limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken. If you do want to make a public comment on anything that's not specific on the agenda, please fill out a yellow card and hand it to Ms. Krantz. At this moment, I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Mr. Parrish, please give your name and address for the record.
Kenny Parrish, 358 East End Road, San Mateo, Florida. Commissioners, Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I come here on behalf of long-term Putnam County residents. My family settled and built the fort in St. Augustine in the 1500s, and we migrated down to Putnam County because we were deeded part of Putnam County. And I'd like to say that after coming back to Putnam County 3 years ago, I walk around downtown Palatka and I am just totally shocked. The streets are in disarray. No red lights work. It's kind of shocking. I talked to the mayor today. She assured me something's going to happen in 2024, but it hurts my soul to see our city like this. We have a beautiful city, but our downtown is embarrassing. This is the way Sanford was a few years ago. If you go to Sanford today, it is gorgeous. I'm proud of Sanford. Tampa's done the same thing in their downtown area. Why can't we? We have a plus in our money. It's just embarrassing seeing our streets like this. If you drive up St. John's all the way to South Palm Avenue, it will beat you to death in your car. And you will stop at least 20 times at red light or stop signs. What is going on with our community? We need to have more pride about Palatka. All of us. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And the downtown businesses are also hurting very bad. I attended the parade. It was beautiful. Did a great job. We had a couple wild people get in at the end and kind of disrupt Santa Claus. And he couldn't show up for like 20 minutes. But apparently they got it under control. But I'm concerned about the future of our downtown area. Please, let's make it look better. And that's all I came here to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Cohen? Please hold the applause. Thanks, Dara.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here on
Name and address, please.
name and address, Cowan Amayabu, and my address is 620 North 16th Street, Palatka, Florida. I'm here as a resident of North Palatka, and I just want to, I'm not sure if the commissioner, the board is aware of the state of Ride Solution. I'm also the editor-in-chief of a magazine that we're producing in North Palatka, and one of the advertisers in our magazine is Ride Solution. And I'm not sure if you all are aware of what's going on with Ride Solution. and them not having available services for North Palatka since December the 1st. And I just wanted to be someone to kind of raise that point that North Palatka is in need of that essential service that Ride Solution provides for us. So that's what I wanted to bring up, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Best?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing me again tonight. We have a mental health crisis. Zenny
Please.
Best is my
Yes.
name. I
Address.
live at 200 Hayes Drive, Interlachen, Florida. The topic I'd like to bring across first is the mental health of our communities. We have an agency in our grasp. The closest agency for mental health recovery is in Gainesville. It's called the Opportunity Center. We had Opportunity Center, we had 4 8 years ago. Now we have 13 in our state now. The highest, if we develop this clubhouse in Northeast Florida, we'll be the clubhouse at the highest point of Florida so far. And I think that's important because the people up here, we don't get the services you need. You see them walking the street, no place to live, asking for money on the corner. It does not have to happen with the GOC, with the Gainesville Opportunity Center. We can take care of you there. We need a center here in Palatka. It does work. We have mental health agencies like Stuart Marchman. If they're not getting paid, they do nothing for you. I had a kid that was in Stuart Marchman, the drop-in center even. He got arrested. He was trying to find housing 3 years. He got arrested. After he got arrested, he brought it up to the facility that had him arrested. He got housing, but he had to become arrested first. This is not the process. Please help the people that can't help themselves. We can't help ourselves because we know the services are here, but the services are so scattered, we don't know who to ask. There is no one here. We don't have a mental health provider to give us information in our county here, outside of Stuart Marchman. And Stuart Marchman does nothing unless they're getting paid. You have to join them first before they do anything for you. The International Clubhouse, you walk in, and something else is very important. If you go to, a year ago, you could go to a clubhouse, and you wake up in China, you could say, I belong to a clubhouse. They get your food, housing, medication, and all the services they have. They won't ask you, do you want to go home from China? But if you say to them, I belong to the clubhouse, I want to get back home, then all 50 states the same way. They will get you back home. We lost that here. We lost it. So much stuff is out here for people that just don't know how to take care of themselves. Alcohol, drugs, just being mentally ill, your parents being sick off the alcohol and drugs. They raise you. We need the services, and the services are here. Please grasp.
Thank you. Wrap it up, please, Mr. Best.
Okay, I have another comment from another piece of paper.
We did submit a separate card.
The 4,
You only get one.
You only
Sorry,
get
you
one.
only
You
get
only
one,
get
3
one.
minutes.
And I was just explaining. you only
okay,
get
see, I
one.
put everybody in front of me.
Excuse me,
Yes.
but we only, because we want to give everybody else an opportunity to,
ma'am.
Mr. Best. Thank you, though.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Myers?
I signed up to speak to a certain.
Okay, it doesn't
I
say
didn't
that, but
have
we
the
will
number of that.
wait for that then. Thank you. Mr. Spell?
Jacob Spells, 5019 Creel Avenue. Last meeting, there was a lot of phone calls made about the separation of power and shutting the city down. And the phone calls was directed to the people that they shouldn't have been directed to. And we don't need people that live in the big house to tell us what to do and how to do when they had the opportunity to change and do things and they didn't do anything. So we're not living in the 30s and the 40s. We're living in the 2023. So we have to move beyond that because one person don't make all the rules and suggest what all the people in Palatka could do, especially on the north side, because society have made it possible for all of us that want to move from the north side to the south side, we can. So we all are servants to our logic. You may be wrong, I might be right, but then we should come to the center and get an understanding before your opinion is evaluated and think that you should make the decision for others when you had the opportunity to do it yourself. We don't have to account to the man in the big house anymore. We all can read, do arithmetic, and do whatever. So we think that the phone calls was made to the wrong person. They should run their business. The city council should run their business. You know, if you don't like the music, turn the station. You don't like the show, turn the channel. And if you don't like the where you're sitting in the room, but you see, get another chair. So I think the phone calls that and the people that were so concerned seemed that they could come here and discipline the commission from the words that they said, which I don't think was giving them respect for their job. And they were only trying to lay out a pattern that the power that they have was being taken away. No, they wasn't doing that. They was only trying to show where you can't take my power. And what I'm doing, I'm not going to shut the city down. I just want to maintain my power so I can continue to do what I need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Brown.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Pamela Brown, 142 Live Oak Street, San Mateo, Florida. I am here this evening on behalf of the Family Life Center Food Pantry. Our director, Michelle Session, could not be here this evening. She had planned to come to speak with you all and asked me if I would come and share with you. In our effort to provide food for the holidays, we are trying to collect 100 turkeys to give away with our food pantry with all the other items that we have. And we are asking that if you could support this effort, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here for public comment? Seeing none, we close public comment. Do we have any commission or staff response?
I have a question,
Sure.
with regards to the ride solution situation. I know that that does not fall on us solely. That decision was made by, if I'm recollecting correctly, by the county commission, correct?
Ultimately, I think that we were looking for I think people are looking for some advocacy for the service. Yes, there were funding cuts, and I think it really the county commission takes the lead and advocacy to bring some of that funding back for Ride Solutions.
Okay, so being that the service that's being affected the most is
Palatka.
city of Palatka, our north side, what can we do to make sure that we bring the advocacy component to our county commission as a whole, a unified effort to say we need ride solution on the north side of Palatka? And that's a question that's posed to my counterparts.
Right, and I think that that's something that we need to explore, but on the flip side of that, we need to understand and know costs associated with
Understandable.
providing those services. And if it's something that the city need to get involved in order to be able to provide for our residents who need those services, then that could be a line item in the budget that, you know, in our budget, whether if it's not budgeted this year, maybe it could be budgeted next year. But again, that'll be something that we can decide on.
I would love for us to facilitate a conversation and make this an item, because of course we can't make any formal things tonight, that we bring this up on our next agenda for that we're able to kind of discuss at length. We know tonight we have a very lengthy agenda, and of course we can't take any official action during this portion, but I would love to see this come back so that we can formulate some or bounce around ideas so that we can see what we can do to make sure that we give all of our citizens access to public transportation.
And at that point, we can have all the information regarding why, what funding was
And I
lost
would-
and
And I would actually encourage to have them come to us as well as we facilitate this conversation.
Thank you. Anybody else on Ride Solutions? Any more input? Thank you. Any additional commission responses?
I do have a question with regards to Ms. Brown and the Calvary Life Center and their request. Is that something that we can do? And in the event that we can do it, how can we do it? Because I do believe that the Life Center Food Pantry is open to all of the city of Palatka residents.
Yeah.
And county.
Okay. And I'm just asking because I'm not certain of this. The collection that's going on now, that City Hall, Ms. Krantz, where is that intended to go?
Sorry, that food is actually going to the Bread of Life per resolution passed by the city commission.
Okay,
And the box is presently out front.
okay.
Are we able to give from our personal, are we able to give from the
Commissioner budget?
commissioner budgets that we were allocated?
We don't have a lot of restrictions on those. Those are typically for special events, but if that's how you want to, I mean, it is the Christmas season. I think that would be a reasonable allocation of your budget.
Okay, then, so in that case, individually, we can talk to Ms. Cotty about the amounts we'd like to.
I believe it would need to be a motion passed by the commission and it would have to be an emergency motion. I don't believe we.
No, we
No.
don't have to have
No.
motions on those
No.
special event funds anymore.
No, we changed that.
We
Correct.
passed it already.
That's correct.
I don't believe that's.
Let's not
what
have this,
policy
let's not do
said.
this in front of, this is not the time
Well,
or
yeah,
the place.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Anything else in terms of comments and commissioner input? General?
Oh, yeah, I do. Being that the transportation hub is actually getting a lot of attention and a lot of money, funding, I don't see how we don't have transportation going on the north side. The hub is located on the north side, but the folk can't catch rides. That's something that we really need to, address from our funding sources. And I think that shouldn't be hard to do because if we're talking about, I think it was 8 million for the transportation hub, we should have funds immediately that can go and help them through their dilemma this year on what's already cut. So can we look into those funds and the ARPA funding? Don't forget about that.
Yeah, and I think the ARPA funding might, I don't know about the other being as viable. The other was a grant and there are specific requirements around that, but we'd have to look into that. ARPA sounds like a more immediate possibility. And I think the help needs to be immediate because the service has already been cut. So,
Our next meeting is when?
January, we have one in January as well.
Is there a and I really hate to do this, but there's a lot of, we may need to call emergency meeting to address this, especially during the holiday season. A lot of people are trying to get around the city of Palatka, not only to get things for their family, but getting to doctor's appointments and things of that nature. And that's most essential to me, that they're able to get back and forth for healthcare needs more than anything. I would beg my commission to let's take in consideration having an emergency meeting where we bring this to the table and we talk this thing out.
I second that. You don't have to beg, Commissioner. It's something that it's a true.
The beg only came because of urgency.
All right, yes, sir. We appreciate it. We appreciate that. But yeah, we certainly looking forward to doing whatever we can to help continue those services.
Commissioner McCaskill?
And making sure that we have the key stakeholder at the table in this process, so we can make sure that we're immediately addressing their needs.
So that's a motion?
I would make that a motion and that we give staff direction to reach out to those respective parties, get their availability and come back to us as soon as possible so that we could have that emergency meeting.
I second.
A motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Passed unanimously. Thank you.
We have to make that as a emergency item. I think we have to make that motion as an emergency item to be added before we can take action on it. Thank you.
Well, we can, as far as us calling the meeting, we can do that. We can, it can either be called by the mayor or two or more of the commissioners.
I think he meant this specific motion that we just passed. He's saying,
What we just voted on.
no, I think we're also, Ms. West.
So what was just approved, or at least my understanding, is that you have given us direction to reach out to key stakeholders to get their availability and schedule an emergency meeting based on their availabilities. Is
Correct.
that a correct understanding?
Yes.
Right.
Anything else? Now we move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone wants pulled? Commissioner McCaskill?
Mayor, item C is
Yes, I was
requested to be
gonna
pulled for
say
staff.
that when it
Okay.
came to my turn. Yes.
See?
No. Commissioner Borum?
Do K for a discussion.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I missed that. I'm sorry.
K for
Okay,
discussion.
okay.
Oh, that was really slow. Oh, okay.
Commissioner Jones?
Jones. I need G H O P. And U.
Okay, Commissioner Campbell? And staff requested pulling C,
Okay, I make a motion.
tabling C rather, I should say.
All right, I make a motion.
Okay,
So-
but could we actually talk about C first?
The staff has requested that it be tabled.
Table to next. So we will talk about it, but not tonight.
Okay, I make a motion that we pass all items on the consent agenda with the exception of C, G, H, O, P, O, and U.
And
E,
K.
K,
Okay.
K, K.
Okay, he said you. Okay. So have we got that correct, Mrs. Krantz? So we,
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Borum to pass all items except C, G, H, O, P, U, and K.
Point of clarity, please, directed to Attorney West with regards to C. Does he need to go ahead and specify, even though it's not being passed, that we're requesting that it be tabled as a part of his motion?
Yeah, I would clarify that it be tabled, so it's on the next agenda.
So I'd like to make a clarification on item C to be tabled for our next meeting.
okay. So we have a motion.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. So with that said, we're going to G. Ms. Cardy?
Item G, correct?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, allow me to present to you resolution number 2023 R275, resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of a renewal agreement with PFM as financial advisor for the city of Palatka and providing for Scrivener's errors.
Thank you.
So move.
Okay. Do I say something?
Yeah, well, I won't do
We
so.
don't
I
vote
see.
until after.
Till after she presents.
She read it.
Go ahead, Ms. Cotty. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. This is, I'm in the midst of securing funding as finance director for the Public Works purchase of a building. And that takes place at this moment, the contract says January 31 of next year. So I'm trying to secure funding. Our budget has placed this amount at 3 million, even though the purchase is less than that. But I want to be certain that the funds are here at the time of, that we're supposed to pay for it. So even though I've reached out to various banks and financial institutions, PFM has served the city of Palatka since 2018. They were renewed again in 2021. I do have a copy of the 2021 renewal, which does allow the agreement, the option to renew in 12 months intervals. So with this particular project, even though we've done well with our recent financing projects, I feel that this financial consulting can be very helpful to the city. They have almost about 50 or 60 banks that they work with nationwide. Yes, I have secured some rates, but I really believe after meeting with Jeremy that they would be able to lower the rate that I've also found. So I'm recommending or suggesting that the city consider giving them another 1-year renewal. The price is very minimal. It's 15,000 up to like a $3 million financing agreement. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Cotty?
Yeah, I guess I don't understand why we need that financial advisor. And can you tell me in the past how have they been helpful?
Yes,
Explain that to me and the people who we're gonna spend $15,000 to tell us how
right.
we're gonna spend the money.
Okay, so I did not actually go back to look at the various projects that they helped with. Okay, I really didn't. But I did sit down and meet with them and secured their proposal, which shows all of the various cities that they've helped. Now, the way how they helped Palatka in the past, I know they were helping with other purchases, but I'm sorry, I cannot answer it precisely tonight.
I would like to table this and come back till we get some clear understanding. I know it's only $15,000, but I would like to know the scope of what they actually do, other than telling you how to get money, in which we get money.
Right. Well, what they have done in the past is they've been very successful in securing money at the lowest interest rate. And that's what I'm really interested in. The recent activity that I was able to consummate with a financial institution, I was able to get the rate down to, I think, what was that, like 5.42%? And I started at about a 6.95%. So that took a lot of effort. I interacted with about 6 or 8 different institutions, but with with us possibly spending $3 million, I don't want to only rely on myself. I want more expertise, particularly with an entity that has about 50 financial institutions at their beck and call. So that's the reason. Once I found out that used them before, that was my reason for pursuing it.
Thank you. Any additional questions of Ms. Cotty?
No, I just want to thank her for her efforts, in those regards and with the reduction that you
Yeah.
gotten so far. And if we can, do better, that'll be great. You probably already saved over 15,000.
Yeah, that was the other reason too, because that 15,000, I did a cost calculation that if I could get him to get us even, point something, that the 15,000 would be taken care of by the reduction of the interest rate. However, I am not going to stop my efforts. Okay, I'm going to keep on trucking and try to get a slower interest rate.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, do we have a motion? Or we had a recommendation to table. Do we have a motion?
It's on the agenda for, approval.
Right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. H. Chief Taylor.
Evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Item H is for the execution of a grant with the USDA. It is a 75-25 grant to get us a new ladder truck and a new fire truck. By the time we get this, secure the grant and get a truck built, we're going to be at a 10-year mark for our engines that are in service now. So that'll put us back into the right category, move those into the backup spots and put out the new first outs.
Any questions of Chief Taylor?
Good explanation.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I apologize that I wasn't
Yes,
fast enough.
that's okay.
A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the submission of a U.S. Department of Agricultural Community Facilities grant to fund the purchase of the fire trucks in the amount of $2,088,928. This is $1,566,696 grant request and $522,232 city match, and authorizing execution and submittal of all necessary documents in connection therewith and providing for Scrivener's errors.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you.
Thank you.
On to K, Ms. Krantz.
Thank you. Item 10 to 80. A resolution of the City of Palatka authorizing the purchase of a Kubota skid steer SVL 75 3HFWC with Florida Coast Equipment in the amount of $68,631.36 per publicly bid Florida Sheriff Association contract FSA 23 QU 21.0, providing for Scrivener's errors.
Thank you, Mr. McCann.
Good afternoon. I put this request in for this skid steer for this equipment, because there's a need for it for us at the wastewater plant. When we needed it in the past, we have, borrowed it from Public Works. Dale's been very good at, helping us to, use that equipment. But the problem is it's used in the wastewater plant. We move biosolids. So when we're done, it has to go through an extensive cleaning and desanitation process to bring it back to anybody else in the city. Besides that, we're not capable of unloading trucks when we have received equipment. We don't have a loading dock. We have no heavy equipment out there. We receive drums, 55-gallon drums of polymer and other chemicals. These things weigh 800 pounds. We have been forced in the past to put tires on the ground to offload these barrels. We do request lift gates for deliveries, but they can't always facilitate that. Most of the time they can, but there's times that we cannot wait for the chemical and they do not have a lift gate available. So we are again forced to offload in ways that are, I don't think is quite safe or good. In addition, with the biosolids project being finished up next year, we will need this equipment to move things around the treatment plant. At times when we have a need for it, his crew's already using this already, and we cannot get it because they are using their equipment. I put this money in our capital request at the beginning of the budget year. So that's why I feel like we have a need for this equipment at the wastewater plant.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. McCann?
I would like to say it's rare that they come before us with a need, and for him to come, I know it's definitely a need. We make sure that we provide for every other department, and I want to make sure that we provide for them as well.
Thank you. With that said, entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank
The
you.
motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to O, Ms. Krantz and Mr. McNair.
For resolution number 2023 R284. A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of Passero Associates Work Order number 2023-70 for the Wildlife Hazard Site Visit Project in an amount not to exceed $16,400. This is 100% grant funded and providing for Scrivener's errors.
So move. Hold on.
No, let Mr. McNair speak again.
Thank you there, Commissioner. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, essentially, this project here is one of two operational specific projects. So this is working with Passero to look at assessing the airport property or the footprint of the airport and identify what are our existing wildlife threats, issues, those kind of things. Obviously, aircraft and animals on runways do not mix. So every so often, airports need to do their assessment. I don't recall us having one in place. So this is the first step of identifying what we're working with and then moving on with how do we mitigate it and manage through it.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. McNair?
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Passed unanimously. Stay put, Mr. McNair.
I will.
P, Ms. Krantz.
Item 2023 R285. A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of Passero Associates Work Order 2023-69 through the Airport Obstruction and Tree Removal Project in an amount of not to exceed $73,200. This is 100% grant funded and providing for Scrivener's errors.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, very similar project, operationally specific. So this is essentially working with Passero and from administrative project management, those kind of things of clearing the different tree obstructions that we've identified. We more so FDOT inspectors have identified that exist at each end of the runways. With the Palatka Airport, we have two, primary 927 and obviously crosswind 1735. So over the years, obviously vegetation grows, and every time we have our annual inspection, they come in, measure the hazards. So we've gotten to a point where we need to resolve the hazards. So this fee that we're asking for is to work with them to help us with a much larger project of removing the trees. And as the city clerk mentioned, this project is 100%, and we're thankful for, those resources. So this project will make us a lot safer than we are.
Thank you. Any further questions from Mr. McNair? Okay. With that, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going on to you, Ms. Krantz.
Madam Mayor. A resolution of the City of Palatka approving a preliminary plat for subdivision of the Palatka Mall property at 400 North State Road 19, Palatka, Florida, parcel number 0210-2640-126040, and providing for Scrivener's errors.
Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant has informed me that they would like to table this until the next meeting. They have an emergency with the surveyor, and there are some issues with the plat, the comments that need to be addressed. But this, like I said, the surveyor had an emergency and they'd like to table it to the next meeting.
I'll make a motion that we table this item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to public hearing.
Item K, I believe, Madam Mayor.
Please.
We did K.
Okay.
Fire, that was the fire.
Did I skip
It's
that?
there. No,
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, sorry.
Madam Mayor, we did pass item J on the agenda, and that is a document that needs to be signed by all of the commission. May I please ask that the commission please sign that loan paperwork prior to leaving tonight?
Yes, so I'll
Okay,
pass it
that
down.
around.
It's right here. We pass it down to Commissioner Campbell first, and we'll work our way through.
The closing on that item is tomorrow.
And if I may add to that, the closing is actually tomorrow. So that's why we need the
Why-
signatures.
While the commission is passing that document around, Madam Mayor, may I ask Mr. McNair if Mr. Billingsley is in the audience that we have just appointed to the Airport Advisory Board?
Sure.
He had told me he was going to be present. He left. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you. Okay, on to public hearings, 2023-38, Ms. Krantz.
Presented to the commission for second reading is ordinance number 2023-38, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, creating section 254 of the city's code, implementing the state statutory mandate to prepare business impact statements prior to the adoption of proposed ordinances pursuant to section 1660414 for Florida statutes, providing findings, adopting a business impact statement, procedures, requirements, and exemptions, providing for severability conflicts and an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you. Ms. West?
Sure. Commissioners, this is the second reading of this mandatory statute imposed by the legislature this last legislative session that requires all ordinances to now include a business impact statement. There are broad exceptions to this rule, but we do need to go ahead and get this ordinance passed so we comply with state statute.
Thank you. With that said, I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is anybody here want to speak public comment in regards to this ordinance? Seeing none, we close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Unanimous. Thank you. B. Ms. Walsh, and go ahead, Ms. Krantz, sorry.
Sorry, I have to scroll through the staff report. Ordinance number 2023-18 presented to you for second reading. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as part of the south half of the northeast quarter, plus the part of the northwest quarter of official records book 759, page 306, official records book 1074, page 1819, parcel number 910264000100001, 7993 St. John's Avenue, which is approximately 88.53 acres, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing an estimate of population impacts, providing an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
Ms. Walsh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the second reading for this case. I wanted to let you know, of course, that it's all been heard by the planning board and previously by the commission. All of the outside agencies that were required to have it reviewed have come back with no comments. So there shouldn't be any other issues, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Anybody have any questions, Ms. Walsh? I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similarly, on this item, presenting to you ordinance number 2023-19 for second reading, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adoptive comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land, which is greater than 50 acres in size, from Putnam County Urban Reserve UR to City of Palatka High Density Residential HDR and to Commercial Com for the following property: 7993 St. John's Avenue, Palatka, Florida 32177, part of the south half of the northeast quarter plus northwest quarter, official records book 759, page 309, official records 1074, page 1819, sorry, parcel number 910264000100001, approximately 88.53 acres, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Any additional information, Ms. Walsh?
We've stopped including legal descriptions in the captions of the ordinances.
But they had so much fun hearing me read them.
Okay, opening up to public comment. Anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. On to the next item.
It's actually still the same item, Madam Mayor, but the next ordinance regarding this property is ordinance number 2023-20 for second reading. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the zoning be amended with respect to the following parcel of land greater than 50 acres in size from Putnam County Agricultural Ag to the city of Palatka Land Unit Development, mobile home, conventional home, residential, and commercial. PUD R4C1 for the following property, 7993 St. John's Avenue, Palatka, Florida, 32177. Part of the south half of the northeast quarter plus part of the Northwest Quarter Official Records Book 759, page 309, Official Records 1074, page 1819, parcel number 910264000100001, approximately 88.53 acres, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment. Anybody here for public comment on this? Saying no, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. And this was my oversight, the H, there was a request to move item H earlier up, and here we go. So item H, Ms. Krantz.
Thank you. H is 2023-48. Madam Mayor, presenting you 2023-48 for first reading, an ordinance of the city of Palatka amending provisions of a plan unit development known as Crystal Cove RV Resort, Phase 1, located at 121 Crystal Cove Road, to remove the requirements for a swimming pool, spa, or like facilities, allow up to 30% of the built sites to be used as park model recreation vehicles, and revise the maximum length of occupancy to no more than 180 days in any 12 consecutive month period, providing an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, ma'am. As noted, this is a request to revise the existing planned unit development plan for the Crystal Cove Phase 1 project. So this is on the north side of Crystal Cove Road, across the street from the 177 acre project that was recently approved this summer. What the applicant is requesting is to make the provisions of the development plan for this phase consistent with the provisions of the development plan for the 177 acre parcel. To that effect.
Do you have anything you could put up so we can see what you're talking about? The
Yes, sir.
public, I mean, you have people out here that have no clue.
Sonny, do you have the staff report? There it is. Okay. So it's that portion of the property on the north side of Crystal Cove Road. And then the proposed amendments are to change the allowable uses to allow up to 30% of the built sites to be used as a park model recreational vehicle, which is equivalent to what was permitted on the 177 acres across the street. They would also like to remove the support structures that were required in that previous development plan by removing the in-ground pool, spa, or similar facility, as well as the just the in-ground pool, spa, or similar facility, so that people that are using this RV resort portion would go across the street and use the one on the 177 acres.
Across the street, the wooded area that says C1A, behind that, is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry,
Can
to
you
the
point
south,
Sonny, please?
to the south, that large area across the street, to the south side of Crystal Cove Road. I keep getting this confused. And then the third thing is to change the length of occupancy from 15 days maximum to the same as the 177 acre parcel. It would be a maximum of 180 days.
Okay. Is the applicant here?
They are.
Please give your name and address.
Good evening. For the record, Kathy Ebal, AICP. I live at 2323 Southwest 112th Street, Gainesville. I'm the agent for the applicant. I'm a planning director for JB Pro, who is the agent for the applicant. The applicant is also here.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant?
So there's gonna be, subject property is gonna have the main RVs parked there for the maximum of 180 days, right?
So yes, so this application is to bring it consistent with the larger parcel. As Ms. Walsh mentioned earlier, we had this approved earlier this summer. And we are looking to be able to unify this in a more cohesive manner so that the parcels can function like each other. The amenity, if you recall, there's a very large amenity area on the south parcel that includes a boardwalk, includes swimming pools, a community center, and other playground park facilities, a dog park. So this north parcel would just be used for RV purposes. And then all of the amenities would be to the south. The Planning Commission asked that we add sidewalks, and we are willing to do that. We also own the property in the yellow where the marina is, so that will be an additional amenity space. And we will provide a crosswalk and sidewalk to both sites, both the marina space as well as the larger campground space to the south. And we would have done that even if the Planning Commission hadn't asked us to do it, but they did ask, so we are happy to accommodate that use. But all of the requested changes are the same standards that we have applied to the southern parcel.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
I understand that I'm all for the changes that you brought before us, but I think that we had some extensive conversation about the number of days and the stay. I just want to have time to review the meetings that we had and the conversations that we had around the amount of time that we said about staying here. We did. We had some real.
So the reason that we're asking for the extension and stay to the 180, and that is 180 we cannot have people in 180 days any more than a 12-month period. So it's not just 180 days. So it's not 180 days you can leave and you can come back. It's 180 days in a 12-month period. And per state statute, anyone who's staying at an RV resort has to maintain a log of residency. So those are publicly viewable by the city. So at any time the city wanted to see that and make sure that 180 day is being enforced, you can do so. And the reason that is because we see this property along the St. Johns River and with all of the amenities that we are providing as being something that will be attractive to the senior retirement snowbird population. And they like to come and stay for an extended period. They don't like to really, the market shows that these kind of residents like to come, they like to stay in a community, like to become a part of the community. And they're not looking to go from campground to campground. So that is the reason that we're asking for the 180-day 6-month period, is to accommodate who we feel is one of our primary markets, which is the senior vacation. Excuse me.
And thank you for your reasoning, but I just want to make sure that I want to look back at our meeting notes that we've had in previous meetings, because we had extensive conversation around this, and I just want to make sure that I follow suit with what we decided the first time, and there are no changes that I want to make as a commissioner. I want to see the notes, the meeting, the minutes of the meeting. I'm sorry. We had meetings and extensive conversation about this. So I'm glad that y'all are doing this, but I just want to make sure. So.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
I would like to address.
Yeah, I'm going to get to you, Mr. Mize, in a minute. Yeah, I want to open public. Anybody from the commission have any additional questions?
I would like to hear what the public does say.
Well, I was going to do that.
Before I say so.
I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Now, Mr. Myers did submit a card. Could you please come in and give your name and address for the record?
Charles Myers, 244 Crystal Cove Drive, Palatka. You're right. There was a long discussion about length of time that people could stay. And of course, this has changed considerably now because you have the 177 acres that is going to be developed. And I don't know, I heard before 300 RV parking. Anyway, hundreds of RV parked and then 100 tent campers. Something that I don't think has been addressed very well is traffic, which is going to be a nightmare unless the roads are modified. You've got a crossing you've got to go across the CSX tracks. And that's another complicating factor. And I could foresee a lot of people coming and lining up with RVs towing cars, and that is a pretty long line. So that's going to be a problem. And we also talked about this length of stay, and it was approved by the board that it would be 2 weeks. And now we're going to change it to 6 months. That's a pretty substantial change. We're not happy with that, I don't think, in the neighborhood. I got in touch with, we were represented before by Douglas Law Firm. Charlie Douglas represented us before the commission. And I got to him and got him to make a summary of what had gone on in the past, which I got in February of 2021. I provided a copy of that to the former city manager and to the planning director at some time in the past. It summarizes all these things that we're talking about, but I think you need to be very careful here in what you're doing. We've got a nice neighborhood that has been paying a lot of taxes to the city. And this is going to change substantially. And I'd like to have the change made as painless as possible. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public comment on this particular topic? Yes, sir. Come on up and please fill out a yellow card afterward. Name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Rick Leary. I live at 206 Crystal Cove Drive. My wife and I own that property, which is the one that is immediately adjacent to the 11 acres that you had up on the screen a minute ago. So we would probably be most directly impacted by any development that occurs. We observed what's transpired with that property over the last several years, and we've even participated in some hearings. We rather reluctantly accepted the decisions that were made, touting this as a high-scale RV park, and that would have certain protections for surrounding properties in there. We don't want to see those protections eroded. We are most concerned probably about the 180-day occupancy timeframe. That is, as Mr. Myers indicated, a radical change. I gleaned from the comments that had been approved for the 177 acres, but we would ask that you remain steadfast and hold the occupancy to 15 days on that 11-acre property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here for public comment? I'm getting to Reed Matthews.
Reed Matthews, 111 East Groveland Lane, East Palatka. I'm just here to echo what Mr. Myers, Mr. Leary here said. As most of you know, I'm a realtor. Don't think that 180-day stays. My mom lives in the neighborhood, for one, full disclosure. 180 stays, we got $1 million home, $400,000 $1 million homes in there. And driving back, right now, yes, they're proposing a nice RV resort, but there are two separate parcels. They're currently owned by the same person. That doesn't mean that they have to be, in perpetuity. Right now, the hotel across the street, not sure if you know, but it's pretty much a migrant camp right now.
Mm-hmm.
So when you drive through there, you already have that there. You don't want more of the same, potentially. Everybody says, oh, we want to, attract these, snowbirds. That's what they want to attract right now. Today, that's plan. Economies change, owners change, plans change. So I think that going from 15 days to 6 months is just, it's a big ask, and I don't think it should be approved. If they combine the parcels and want to have the amenity center, I don't think that's the big problem, on the other side of the road, but the 15 days to 180 days, that's huge. And that's my concern.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public comment on this particular agenda item?
I didn't sign up. Can I speak?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
She didn't sign up, please speak.
Please come up.
Okay.
Yes, please come up and fill out the card afterward.
I'm Catherine Rash. I live at 213 Crystal Cove Drive. And anyway, it's a major concern for the length of stay. Also, I'm a salon stylist here, and one of my customers that is a RVer, she said that she has visited RV resorts or RV parks that have long-term and some that only have the short stay. And she said, Kathy, you need to fight that. We have visited the ones that are long-term and there's a lot of riffraff there. She said, I wouldn't want to, we don't even want to go back to those anymore. But what we instill today, it's only, I mean, things are only going to get, they're going to want more and want more. And in years to come, things always do deteriorate. So if we're going to start with less now, what are we going to have in another 10 years? I mean, I'm a single woman. I feel safe there. People do take care of their place. Like they said, we do pay a lot of property taxes too. If this place comes and brings our subdivision down, are we going to get to pay less property taxes? And if the RV resort isn't as nice, are they going to pay less property taxes? This is in the city limits. This isn't off in the county. This is in the city. I wish the people coming would even consider, if they're interested in long-term people, why don't they try something like Villa Farms or something like that, that people do stay. I would rather that than, you know, anyway, I'm just very nervous about it. That is my nest egg. You know, I don't have a big nest egg, but I have a home and I'd like to preserve its, and feel safe. Thank you.
Is anybody else? Yeah, well, we've got 1 second, yes. It's not calling you, but that's okay. And please fill out a card, name and address.
Larry Watron, 787 Cricklewood Terrace, Lake Mary, Florida. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I'm one of the investors, and we're not wanting to have something low class. We're putting millions of dollars in this. So it's actually the opposite. And we're going to see that it's not going to be anything that's, I think people would worry about, especially the investors, is going to make sure that it's not going to turn into that. And also, I'm trying to get, you got snowbirds, retired people, usually pretty well off financially, is going to be 60 to 70% of your market. Short class, or just what I'm hearing, what people's wanting, are trying to propose, is to try to keep to 15 days, is what's going to be more traffic. It's actually going to be more traffic in and out versus you go there and you stay. Just a bunch of retired people. And I do RV. And snowbirds are not bad people. Retired people are not bad people. They're really not.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Yes. My name is Gilbert Evans and I reside at 251 Crystal Cove Drive here in Palatka, Florida. And I must reiterate some of the concerns of my fellow neighbors. I do feel as though changing the length from 15 days to 6 months is unreasonable. I believe, as one commissioner said, this was a point of contention when this discussion originally began, and no one in Crystal Cove really agreed with it, but we acquiesced and we accepted the 15-day. But going to 6 months, I believe, is unreasonable. And also, I believe Mr. Myers talked about the traffic. We already have issues with the railroad track there, and bringing in more traffic, especially with the 177 acres that's across the street. And this is just going to be a nightmare. So I ask on behalf of the neighbors and the taxpayers in Crystal Cove that you don't approve that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public comment on this topic? Seeing none, we're closing public comment. You had, Mr. Commissioner Bourne, did you want to say something?
I mean, they've already spoke
Okay.
to some of the concerns as it related to safety, as it relates to the railroad track and additional traffic. I mean, with that number of people from a maximum capacity standpoint for both locations. Think we need to really take traffic congestion in consideration and see how it would impact the ingress egress out of those neighborhoods, in addition to noise among everything else. We just need to take a closer look at it, is make sure that we're not doing a detriment to the community.
And the applicant has returned. Do you want to give us additional information before we ask further questions?
Yes, I would. First of all, I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised by the community, and then I would also like to proffer a solution for one of the major concerns that we heard. In relationship to traffic, the length of stay, having a longer length of stay would reduce the number of RV units that are coming in and out of the unit, because obviously people are going to stay for a longer period. Also, in regards to the concerns regarding stacking, we do have a requirement per the other application that we provide for extensive stacking on site. Most of the stacking comes when people are checking in, and we have provided a number of opportunities and options, including a very large parking lot that is in the on the major area, which is the site that people, even for this small site, would be checking into their units. So the stacking is not something that should be a concern, because we've already addressed that as relationship to the requirements for the PUD on the larger property. We did have a neighborhood meet. It should be noted we had a neighborhood meeting, which we had but one person attend, and that was an adjacent property owner who has a business who was in support of the project. And that was a voluntary neighborhood workshop that we held. The final thing that we'd like to proffer is we understand the concern about having people having these become something that people would be longer and degrade the RV because they're there longer and it's not well kept. We would be willing to put in between now and the second reading of this, work with staff to develop a maintenance standard, which would allow for city staff through code enforcement to be able to come onto the property and evaluate the site to ensure that any maintenance issues are addressed, to allow for maintenance, just like you would have with a code enforcement of a single family home or any other type of building in the city, and allow for any concerns for this to be maintained. We expect this to be maintained at a very high level. This is not meant to be something that, again, we are looking to attract very expensive $1 million type RV units. Quite honestly, I have an RV unit, and I don't think mine would be allowed in there because it's older than 10 years. So there are RV spaces that maintain this at a very high level. And as I said, we would be willing to proffer a maintenance agreement that allows for the city staff to make sure that the facility is maintained at the standard that the city expecting it to be.
Thank you. Commissioner Carroll.
I appreciate them trying to compromise and come to a resolution. However, I am in total disagreement with the last part of the recommendation. What that's going to do is provide additional work for our staff. Also, they have the ability that they will be able to pack up, leave, and then come back for an extended period of time. So I'm not in favor of that, because there are loopholes that they would be able to get out and get around that, and then still be able to come back and possibly get those conditions back in the same, which then will provide additional work for our employees. So I'm just totally against that flat out, because there are loopholes.
I understand the concern about the additional city staff time. I have a master's in public administration and have spent a considerable portion of my career in the public sector. However, I want to reiterate, this isn't a 180-day period and then you can leave and come back. This is a 180-day period in a 12-month period.
No, I
So-
understand that. In my what you could be here 2 weeks and then our staff come in and notice they begin to do the administrative work to get the ball rolling. They leave as a result of being notified that they have things that they need to be able to come back with. They leave for a week, go to another campground, come back to our campground, get those living conditions back the way they were. Then our group is gonna have to go way back out, do everything. I just see a snowball effect, and I just don't see it really. I mean, of course, that's just one of my major concerns with this outside of what Commissioner McCaskill has already brought forth. We've had extensive conversation, and at some point, we have to listen to the people that reside in that area and who pays taxes faithfully to the city of Palatka. So again, I want to make sure that as we move forward, we take all of these things in consideration at the forefront. A lot of the individuals that are coming in, they don't have to live here permanently. We want to make sure that the people that live here permanently are comfortable in the residence in the area that they have spent so much money to reside in. And we don't want it to dwindle as a result of us trying to, as a result of us trying to cater to snowbirds when we have people who want to cater to the sun.
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir. Given that we have, can I have a second with my client?
I don't think, I mean.
Well, because there seems to be, we have three components of this application, right? And I would like I'd like to find out, it seems like the biggest concern is on the length of stay component. So I'd like to talk to him about whether or not, how he wants to proceed with the other two components of this application. Because again, we want to work with you. We want to be
We understand and we appreciate and we understand the compromise, but again, what we're compromising on is something that we've had extensive conversation. And then I think by the conversation that we've had tonight, that again, we're not willing to budge at this moment. And again, I know I'm not willing to make a decision right now with regards to that. And I'm only one person that sits behind this dais. Our mayor has done a great job with directing us. So I would like to hear where we stand as individuals so that we can go ahead and cut this conversation and
and move forward. And I think I did hear from Commissioner McCaskill and Commissioner Campbell that they don't want to reach a decision this evening. Commissioner Borum? Yeah. What is your thoughts about moving forward or tabling, basically?
In my opinion, I think, I mean, that there's a state of unreadiness as it relates to what they're talking about, the 15-day to 180. I mean, if the community had already agreed on the 15 days, I mean, then if they want 180, if it's unrested on the commission side of things, I think we need to table that item.
Ms. West, you were going to say something.
I
I'm
just
so
wanted to
sorry.
make sure public comment had been closed.
Okay.
So you're in full discussion.
I had closed it
Okay,
before.
my apologies.
Yeah, I
Go ahead.
closed it before. Sorry, yeah. Commissioner Jones?
I brought it to everybody's attention. I would like to hear from you, Mayor.
I'm concerned because the people that live closest to it and will bear the burden of this are concerned about, and primarily again, we're talking about the length of stay from 15 to 180. That's a quantum leap. I mean, it's, I don't know if there's any middle ground, but at this point, I think that's an area of concern. And if we don't have all information and everybody's not comfortable, I think we may have to table. That's my thought.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
We are willing to pull the 180-day and proceed with just the request for the park models and for the removal of the pool and spa. And accept that then leave the 15-day stay as a part of the original PUD.
I agree with Commissioner McCaskill. Bring the information back to us. Our planning director will then give us further direction.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrow.
Well, my question is, I'm hearing different things now. So what was put before us was you was asking for 180 days.
We had
And
three.
You had the 15 days that was already part of the.
Right. We had asked for three changes. We had asked for one, for a addition, allowing for the park models as, which is consistent with the way we have the larger parcel. We had asked for removal of the spa or pool from the smaller site because of the large amenity area that we have on the larger parcel. And then we were asking for a change from the 15 days to 180-day stay as per the older, larger parcel. What we are asking for now, or what we were saying now, is that we will take off and not have the consideration for the length of stay. The length of stay will stay at 15 days, and we will only ask for the change to the park model standard and the removal of the pool or spa type amenity out of this smaller parcel, so that because what we're hearing is, and we understand the citizens and this is their community, and we want to be good neighbors. If the 180-day stay is something that the community does not feel comfortable with, we are willing to not proceed with that. We'll keep the 15-day on the smaller parcel. We still would like to have the pool and spa part removed, and we would like to have the ability to do the park models. But other than that, we would remove the biggest contention concern.
Well, just given all of the various amendments, modifications, that's hard to kind of
I understand.
digest all of that in this meeting at least. And so I think if we table, like you said, if we table it and bring it back before us with whatever you have and have the staff, look at how it's gonna impact the city, then I think that we can make a better informed decision.
Okay. So at this point, I'm getting the sense that we still want to table.
I will make a motion, Mayor, if you would so entertain it, that we table this until our next meeting.
We have a motion and second to table. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. We're going on to item C in public hearings. Ms. Krantz?
That's the same people.
Well, that's the one we just up. That's going away. She is different. She is different. Well, let's see now. Because they requested it, so we went up, we moved H up, so now we have to go back.
But that's the same, it's the same people, right?
C is the same people? No, but, no, go ahead,
Madam
Ms.
Mayor,
Krantz.
presenting to you ordinance number 2023-35, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as parcel 37-9-26-40-0-0-60-0051, located on Comfort Road, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective vote.
Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
First reading.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Casey Cheap. I'm an urban planner here with the city of Palatka. I'm helping Ms. Walsh tonight with the large caseload that we have before you. Really quickly, I want to go through this because this is a refresher. Case PB 2328 is actually a second reading that you all had heard last month. So just really quickly, this is a request to annex one parcel on Comfort Road, approximately 9.96 acres for the purpose of connecting to city water and sewerage systems. It's a request also to amend the future land use map from Putnam County Industrial to City of Palatka Industrial, and to rezone the property from Putnam County Industrial Heavy to City of Palatka Light Industrial M1. The proposed project is for an RV repair and storage facility. It's actually not terribly far from the Crystal Cove property we just spoke about. If you look at page 1, I don't know if we can pull up the staff report necessarily. Page 1 of the staff report really quickly, the subject property is shown there.
Back to page 2. Oh, well. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes, the page numbers are, yeah. Table 1 will also show you the current property and future land use and zoning. And just because this is a refresher, I just want to skip ahead to the recommendations on whichever page is the last page of the staff report. Just really quickly, the planning board heard this case November 14th, 2023. They unanimously agreed to the annexation, the future land use change, as well as the zoning. Then, like I said before, you all had heard this case on November 9th. So the future land use was actually adopted there, and staff recommends that the commission approve the ordinances for annexation on this, as well as the rezoning. And I believe the applicant Casey Reeves stood here and fulfilled his requirement last time around, so I don't know if he's here tonight, but I can stand for questions, or if the applicant happens to be here, they could as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Okay. Do you want to come up? I don't know if there are any questions for you, but it is the second reading. So. And give your name and address for the record, please.
And I would like, for a point of clarity, that Ms. West brought us this to make sure that applicants are present, because previously we were not doing that. So she is bringing us into compliance to make sure that we are. So hence the reason why they are here. And thank you for your availing yourself.
Thank you. And it is the second reading, and definitely they have to for the first. But anyway, does anybody have any questions of the applicant? No questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is there any public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, closing public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, in the same item, same property, ordinance number 2023-37, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended for Putnam County Industrial Heavy IH to City of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for the following property located on Cover Road, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 37,926,400,600,0051, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there any additional information? No. Okay. I'm going to open it for public comment. Anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, closing public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All, second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Ms. Krantz?
Thank you. Item D, presenting to you ordinance number 2023-39, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as parcels 210, 26, 4002, 60, 0010, 0210, 26, 4002, 6140, and 0210, 26, 4002, 6240, located 3510 Reed Street, 3524 Reed Street, and 115 Phillips Dairy Road, and contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any additional information? I'm going to open up to public comment. Is anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, close public comment. Do we have a motion?
To approve.
Do you want to hear from Casey?
We don't. We don't.
I don't think he has more on this. We're trying to finish this up.
This is a new item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I zoned out. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry. sir.
Okay, I can do, this is case PB 2329. This is a lot of information, so I'll try to condense it down. This is an annexation, sorry, it's a request to annex 3 adjacent parcels. It was one large parcel on Phillips Dairy Road, as well as 2 smaller parcels on Reed Street. Totals 3.37 acres for the purpose of connecting again to city water and sewerage systems, to amend the future land use map and zoning designations as follows. If you look at the first page of the staff report, there's a table 1 there, shows all of the land use is currently Putnam County Commercial. We're trying to change that to City of Palatka Commercial, or I should say the applicant wants to change that to City of Palatka Commercial. The zonings are a little bit different out there. They all have a different zoning. So it's, they're anywhere from C2, C3, Industrial Light, IL, and we want to change the zoning to City of Palatka Intensive Commercial, all of them C2. The potential future use for this site includes a chain restaurant or potentially a grocery store. I know Mr. John Jenkins couldn't make it with us this evening, so he's designated Terry Hancock, who can speak a little more specifically on the project. Really quickly, the parcels are contiguous with this Palatka city limits to the south along State Road 100. Figure 1 shows, on the second page of the staff report, shows the subject property and the 3 parcels there. Table 2 again shows the surrounding uses for that would be the subject property, the 3 parcels there. I believe the large parcel there is marked 115 Phillips Dairy Road, and the other 2 parcels are facing what is Reed Street. If we can go on to
So the question, I got a question.
Sure.
So the Phillips Dairy property is butted up to the Reed Street property. That makes it contiguous? Is that what you're saying?
It is. If they're to be developed, I believe they would all have to be rolled into one parcel together later on. But as of right now, we're just annexing.
So even if they build a design and build that the building faces Phillips Dairy, that means we respond to Phillips Dairy Road as law enforcement to that building. Is that right? Would that be right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Chief answered it.
Yeah.
All right. Just rolling on to table 2, we just have a quick look at some of the surrounding uses. Again, for the zoning and the future land use, nearby properties, quite a lot going on over there as far as different zonings. Page 4 of the staff report, table 3 is an estimated tax revenue that I just want to, first of all, thank Ms. Cardy and thank finance for putting so much time into that. And figuring that out. I know that's something we want to include in our staff reports going forward and to this, and when we're briefing the commission. We do have an updated one. I just want to make it clear that we have an updated version here just for the purposes of how much tax revenue would actually come in if the parcels are not developed right away or immediately, or if they're left the way they are when they do annex in. Really quickly, we have a couple of maps, figure 2 and figure 3 on page 5, showing the current and future land use. On page 6, just wanted to highlight the annexation of this parcel will not contribute to urban sprawl, as the parcels in question are contiguous to the city limits and would be considered traditional infill development. This would actually reduce an enclave over there. Page 7, figures 4 and figures 5, again, the old zoning as well as the proposed zoning, I should say the current zoning. Staff sees no problems or major issues with points A through Q on pages 8 and 9. So just really quickly going to the recommendations. Again, the planning board heard this case on November 14th. They unanimously approved the annexation part as well as the future land use change and the zoning change. So with that, this is a first reading, and staff recommends the commission adopt the changes to this property. And I can, again, the applicant has a designee here, and I can also stand for questions.
Would the applicant, is the applicant here, please? Could you come up? The applicant's representative, then please come up, give your name and address for the record.
I'm his sister.
Okay.
My name is Terry Hancock. I live at 1347 South State Road 19.
Okay.
He had to go out of town.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant's representative? I guess not. It's being
awesome.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment on this particular ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Ms. Krantz?
Madam Mayor, the same item, ordinance number 2023-40, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size, Putnam County Commercial CR to the city of Palatka Commercial Com for the following property located at 3510 Reed Street, 3524 Reed Street, and 1115 Phillips Dairy Road, Palatka, Florida, 32177. Parcel numbers 210-26-400-260-00100-210, 26-400-26140, and 0210-26-400-26040, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Anybody here for public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Again, same item, Madam Mayor, ordinance number 2023-41, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Commercial General Light, C2, Putnam County Commercial C3, and Putnam County Industrial Light to the city of Palatka Intensive Commercial C2 for the following property located at 35 Sun Reed Street, 3524 Reed Street, and 115 Phillips Dairy Road, Palatka, Florida, 32177. Parcel numbers 210-264002600010, 210-2640026140, and 0210-2640026040, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Opening to public comment. Anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, close the public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. On to E.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm presenting to you guys ordinance number 2023-42, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as parcel number 210-26400190-0010, located at 908 North State Road 19, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you.
All right.
Sure.
This is case PB 2331. This is another first read. I know the Pastor Ed Wiles is here as the applicant. This is a request to annex one parcel, approximately 20.82 acres, for the purpose of connecting again to city water and sewerage systems, to also amend the future land use map from Putnam County Urban Service to City of Palatka Commercial, and to rezone from Putnam County General Commercial and Agricultural to City of Palatka Intensive Commercial C2 in that commercial zone. The site is currently home to the Palatka Baptist Temple, and it's actually not terribly far from the last case, the other three parcels on Reed, near that same intersection. Page 2 on the staff report, figure 1 shows the subject site highlighted in orange. Table 1 shows the surrounding property uses, again, actual use, the future land use, the zoning. Again, it's a busy area as far as different zoning. Page 3, the proposed annexation borders the city limits along its southern frontage adjacent to State Road 19. It is contiguous. I just also wanted to point out as well, according to the Internal Revenue Services tax exempt organization search tool, the Palatka Baptist Temple Incorporated is a 501c3 tax exempt religious organization. Therefore, this annexation will not bring new property tax revenue to the city of Palatka, but will provide fire fee, water, and sewerage revenues. And you can see that on the table on page 4 of the staff report. There's an estimated revenue from fire only. And just skipping ahead, page 6 of the staff report, the annexation of this parcel will not contribute to urban sprawl as the property is already in existing use. Again, it's a temple. It's just literally connecting to water and sewer. So staff sees no issues with points A through Q on pages 7 through 9. So I'm just going to skip ahead to the recommendations. Again, this was another case that was approved by the planning board meeting on November 14th, 2023. They unanimously approved the annexation, the future land use change, as well as the zoning. So again, on this series of ordinances, staff recommends the commission adopt the changes. And like I said, the pastor is here if you have any questions about the site
applicant
itself.
Please come up.
Thank you.
Give me name and address. Thank you. Do we have any questions of the applicant?
No, I have some of staff.
Okay, well, anybody have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So Pastor, you have 20 acres of land.
Yes, sir.
That we're gonna exempt from taxes.
It's already, yes.
Yeah, and so have we done a analysis of what it cost us as far as to service that area versus what we're gonna get for our assessment? No.
I don't believe so. I think the table that we showed that it only brought in the fire revenue.
Our assessment fee.
50%.
So Pastor, what else you gonna do with that land? Is it gonna, tell me the future?
Well, we've had it, I've been here 40-something years. It's
Yes,
been
sir.
there. And we We've been trying to figure out water problems. We've had every kind of system there is. We still get nasty water. And so right now we're doing bottled water, you know, big jug like that, and just using it water for the toilet. And we want to, we're trying to save enough money to come across the road from the other side. And I've already done my checking. I know it's expensive.
Yeah, but so no building in the near future.
Not at this time. I mean, not right now. When we
That's
get-
what the other people said.
But, I can't tell you what tomorrow holds, but I can tell you there's not a plan right this moment. Now, if somebody want to buy the property, I would sell it.
Yeah.
But I don't have anybody market it. It's not up for sale. And, there is quite a bit of wetlands involved.
Do we know how much of that, the acreage is wet?
I can tell you,
It's 20.
it's almost 21 acres.
No.
2020.
Oh, the
Wetlands,
portion
wetlands.
of it.
Probably about 15.
15 of it?
Well, probably maybe 14, 15, 14. Because I'm trying to figure out what we use. And we used to have a school.
Right.
And we used a ball field. And that part of that ball field is wetland. I didn't know that, but we cut the grass and played ball.
Anybody else have questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner
yeah,
Barnes?
my question would be based on, because you're purchasing that land, correct?
No,
Or
no.
They
we
own
own
it, they own
Okay.
it already,
We've owned it for
but it's been in the county.
over.
So it's already been off the tax roll
Oh,
already?
it's been
so-
forever.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just.
It's
hate
county, it's
taking-
not city.
It's been county.
Right, but we just annexing it into the city.
Well, that's what they're proposing,
Well,
yes.
it's look like it's gonna be a little bit of a benefit, I guess. I mean, we're not, it's not like somebody paying taxes already on, I mean, it's a tax-paying property. So
not
by them
for-
annexing in, I think it'll help the city.
No,
And you got, what, 14 acres of non-buildable wetland?
Well, it's
area?
probably not non-buildable, but you'd have to fix it to build on.
Okay.
So I have a question. If this was to be approved, how soon would you all move forward with the,
As soon as we get the money, we're working on it, but I can't tell you. We don't have the time, but we're working on it.
so this is something that could possibly, if not approved tonight, that it's not an immediate,
It won't be done next month, nothing.
I would like to put a clause into the approval, maybe. Read-
I
write
didn't
it in.
there, what approval?
Well, if it's not done within a period of time, then it'll revert back to what it was, and he wouldn't be able to.
To the county.
Yeah, well, because it's
I don't think
nothing,
we can
it's
do
just
that.
unimproved.
Miss West? I
It'll
don't
be
think we can-
unimproved.
Can't
can't do that.
unannex.
We can't unannex.
That's right, just wait.
Well, we need to figure this out then, in terms of how we move forward before we vote on this, in terms of.
So what is the request of the commission at this point? Do we want to table this? Do we
Okay,
want further
I
additional
make a
information?
motion that we table this item to uncertain time till we can get this worked out and as it relates to his interest in what, and how he plan on moving forward with the properties before we go and annex it into the city.
I agree.
What's your question?
What's the question?
Yeah, what's your question? What do you
Well,
got?
we're annexing the properties into the city without you saying that you're gonna be improving it with water connections among other things, so we need to understand and know when you plan on
Okay.
doing that, and we just, and within this time period, we need to be trying to get that figured out and add into.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my problem is that if I got the money in January, February, I'd have to come back, we got 3 more months to play with this, is what I'm saying, going through this again. I've been working to get this done for almost 8 months.
So if this matter is to be tabled, he wouldn't have to go through the process. The process is already there. It would just have to come back before the commission.
So about a 2-month period.
Well, we haven't set a time frame yet.
Say you don't have the money, so.
Well, I don't today, but I might have it tomorrow.
Okay, I understand that. Well, I would say come back tomorrow. That's what I'll tell you. Come back when you have the money. But
That's the way we
Wait
do
a minute,
business.
that's
Commissioner,
not being-
what I would like to say, is we need to look at
I think it's a broader issue,
pardon me?
a broader issue. We're not looking at when he can hook up. That's not our main issue.
Right. We should look at annexing, I'm sorry, services without annexing. We need to change the ordinance. Because there are people who just want the services and we could get the fees for the services, but they don't have to be annexed to get fire services and police services.
Well, I
So-
paid for the fire already.
Fire assessment
Yes,
fee.
yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
I know it's not much.
Right, but, I think that's what we need to look at, Mayor. As far as annexing properties, the way we have been doing it, I mean, you talk about 20 acres here, we just did 8 acres, and you talk about 177. I think we could still get revenue from the services without these, landowners annexing in. But that ain't gonna take care of your problem right now, but my suggestion was what I said. If you want to come in, you're telling us you don't know what you're gonna have there in the future. And you want our water is not that great.
Excuse me.
Yes, we have good water.
Not that great. It isn't.
It's better than the well.
Okay, we're going off.
I can say, that water's not. I buy water to drink myself. I don't drink the city water. It's something that we gotta work on. We have plenty of it though.
Here's one of the part about the water is I have to deal with the DEP.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a budget. I pay monthly on that. Services for them to take care of my water that we don't even use.
But-
See,
Now I can understand.
see, that's my problem. I mean, I pay monthly for a guy to come check he comes every week, check my water. And then we pay yearly, whatever, and we're always having those huge tests with the DEP. And we don't even, we flush it. We don't drink a drop.
And I-
We don't cook with it, we don't do anything.
Commissioner Campbell.
Me.
And I think overall, even though we have those concerns, the overwhelming response is the quality of water that they're receiving and what they have to, the magnitude of what they have to do to even flush toilets, of what I'm hearing. So I don't want us to lose focus of what the original request is as we move forth with conversation, even though I do have questions about the future land, of what if there's anything, but again, we want to speak to the immediate, purpose of, which is the quality of water. And now knowing the resources, that they are expending, on waters that they are not even utilizing.
And that's exactly what we need to know. And through discovery, it makes sense.
So how would we, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay, how would we like to proceed?
Well, I think we need to try to help him out as best we can as it relates to his current dilemma that he's dealing with right now. I mean,
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
second.
We have a motion and second, all in favor?
Nay.
I didn't get to the no, opposition yet. Okay, so we had 2 in favor. Opposition, nay, 3 in opposition.
Motion is denied.
So it didn't pass.
Motion failed 3-2. Madam Mayor, the second ordinance on that item.
Okay.
All right, this is ordinance number 2023.
No,
There's no- we
because
don't have to
the
do that.
property was not annexed in, we don't have
have to do that.
jurisdiction over rezoning or future land use map changes.
We're set, we're moving on to F.
Madam Mayor, presenting to you ordinance number 2023-46. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from City of Palatka Commercial CR to City of Palatka Industrial IN for the following property. Located on K Larkin Drive, Palatka, Florida, 32177, parcel number 310-26-4001-300020 from the City of Palatka Public Buildings and Grounds, PB to the City of Palatka Industrial for the following property located at 10 K Larkin Circle, Palatka, Florida, 32177, parcel number 310-26-40001040 from the City of Palatka Public Buildings and Grounds, PB to the City of Palatka Industrial IN for a portion of the following property located at 4015 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177, parcel number 310-26-400010. Contiguous to the boundaries of the City of Palatka and providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date. And even without the legal, it's still long.
Ms. Welch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is long, Sunny, you're right. 3 different parcels. This is a request to amend the land use and zoning for the 3 parcels, a vacant 12.3 acre parcel located on K Larkin Drive, a 1.49 acre parcel at 10 K Larkin Circle, and approximately 15.4 acres of a vacant portion of the airport parcel located at 4015 Reed Street for a total of approximately 29.19 acres. The proposed use for the sites is classified as industrial, and the format of this report shall show a separate analysis for each parcel. Sunny, if you could move on to the staff report, please. Thank you. The proposed uses are non-residential and will not increase the population of the city of Palatka. The city does not collect property taxes on the airport property. The 2023 city-only tax bill on the vacant 12.3 acre parcel on K Larkin Drive is $1,681.92. And the 10 K Larkin Circle 2023 tax bill is $1,349.76. Those are property taxes collected only for the city of Palatka. If the proposed changes are approved, the city would no longer collect taxes on the 10 K Larkin Circle parcel, but if the K Larkin Drive parcel is developed, property taxes on that parcel would increase accordingly. In this figure 3 on your screen, that subject parcel that is to the lower right and colored in brown, this parcel right there, is the 12.3 acre parcel on K Larkin Drive.
Where's the airport runway in relation to that?
Thank you, Jeremy. It's so nice to have a taller person in the room.
Yeah.
He's not much taller.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you're up.
It's the bluish gray area with the. Just.
That's it. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Thank you, Sonny.
thank
That's
you.
Group venture. Thank you, guys. Let's see. So the city of Palatka proposes to use the subject portions of the currently vacant part of the airport and property and the 1.49 acre parcel that has structures on it for its proposed public works facility. And that parcel is located on K Larkin Circle right there. That's 10 K Larkin Circle.
Giving a big piece for a little piece.
It's a little piece, it's an acre and a half.
Yeah.
This goes to the city of Palatka. City gets the 12 acres too.
City gets it, who's it now?
It's Mr. Jeff Station.
Okay.
Yeah. city
So
gets
where it
the-
say public building grounds, is that?
That's-
No, I'm asking where it says public, okay, who owns that?
That is part of the city of Palatka's airport property. And public buildings and ground is the land use for that. Property.
And give it.
Right, so the end result would be to essentially color in all that area here and that parcel. And then along K Larkin Circle, all the way down to where PRC Way comes in. The end result is proposed to be, all of that is proposed to be industrial. Right now, we're not including that. You're not, sir. Right now, we are not including that portion of the airport parcel in the right-hand corner. There where the triangular point towards the runway. That portion is not included at this time. It is expected to be added later.
What size is that? I mean, you said the triangular point.
I'm
What size?
going to estimate that at about 15 acres.
On the airport.
Yes.
So how did, okay, so the, what we're getting or being proposed, the subject, parcel, right there, the industrial piece right there. Yeah, industrial. So Jeff Nations owned that one? The city didn't never own that before?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so we're.
I thought since we had the airport, we had all of that for the most part. So, okay.
Right. So we're looking at redoing the land use change and rezoning 3 parcels. This one, the one at 10K Larkin Circle,
Where's that? 10K? I didn't see
the one it has, Jeremy, can you point that out, please? That's right. Thank you.
That's it.
That's 10K Larkin Circle. And then the portion going down along K Larkin Circle from almost to the runway down to PRC Way.
From the runway down to.
Uh-huh.
all the way down?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I really appreciate your help, gentlemen, both of you.
There's so much pointing. Would you like me to make it bigger?
I'd not,
And I also would like for you to track it for those that may be watching that can't see where.
Then I would ask Ms. Walsh to come up here and highlight because
I don't care who does it, but. Or if we point the camera to where they could see.
in this image, the subject parcel is outlined in black, but it's highlighted in red. And that's on K Larkin Drive.
So should I stop?
It would be on the right-hand side of K Larkin Drive.
Right there.
So this.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may, I think this is, for point of clarity, the city is applying for this use change. This is going to be for the city's stuff.
Right. The
Correct.
city of Palatka is the applicant in this case and also acting on behalf of Mr.
For
Nations.
these changes. Let me discuss this.
This is the land swap deal?
Yes.
Yes.
So I was right. So we give it a big piece for a small piece.
Yeah.
That's what.
Would you like the applicant to
Yeah.
explain some of this? Okay.
Applicant's representative, please.
Applicant's representative.
Come up here, please, sir.
134
Name and
Tiverton
address,
Lane,
name-
Jeremy Alexander,
Okay.
Palatka, Florida. I'm not the applicant on this one, but
I
I will
represent-
address that. Well, I think the city's the applicant on this parcel, but,
Yes.
but for clarity. So there are other pieces in play, and I don't know if you have the whole staff report. I think that'll help a little bit, Commissioner Jones there. The 12-acre parcel that she's talking about, because I think there are 2 others to follow this one, is coming from Mr. Nations to the city. I think the piece that you're specifically speaking to is the Public Works facility, which is going to be that other piece that I pointed to with the 2 buildings. In the land swap, the city of Palatka also gets an additional 2 acres during the site visit with the Public Works folks. They needed a couple of additional acres for a laydown yard and storage. So there's actually another 2 acres that goes from Mr. Nations with that parcel at the top. So it's a total of, and that's in here somewhere, but they're actually getting a net additional property. So.
I'm going to go on the record to say, being that we are the applicant, that we shouldn't have heard from
Thank you.
Mr. Alexander, that we should have heard from Public Works, or we should have heard from who we were hearing from at the beginning. So I want the record to reflect that I was not in favor of him representing the city at that particular moment.
Right, so just to be clear, this is a land swap, and we have 2 applicants here. We do have the city of Palatka and Jeff Nations.
But the question was asked on behalf of the city.
Right.
Correct.
And unfortunately, the city manager, who has the most knowledge of this, is not available.
So with that being said,
yeah.
then we probably need to table this.
Let's table it.
Because we don't really know all the intricacies as it relates to everything that we're doing, the swaps and all these different things. I think it'll help if if the interim city manager or somebody should have given a presentation to the commission so that we would know all of the different pieces that we're dealing with here. And so I think this is a big deal here.
It is. We do have city staff available, and I will say, having reviewed a lot of the legals on this together with Ms. Walsh, she has a very deep understanding of what is occurring. So if you do have questions, she is extremely qualified to answer them. I don't know if that helps you or not.
Well, I just, as a decision maker, and we own it when we vote on it. I mean, staff won't own it. It's going to, the residents and the people who live in, the citizens going to say, you guys voted on it and you didn't know.
But I mean-
So I rather know a little bit more about these swaps and these properties that we're dealing with.
I mean, we're talking about the planning director. That's a slap in the face to the planning director.
I think we can.
Who's
if we have
qualified, and
questions.
oftentimes.
I'm not
we
talking
lean-
about her.
We lean on their expertise that she should be able to answer any question that has come before us. She has worked with the city manager. She has worked with all parties involved, and as stated, she is the professional when it comes down to this process. And we often rely on expertise in these matters.
Sir, do you know all of the
I think
pieces
Ms.
of
Wall
property
can
that we're
come
gonna
up
be
and
voting
tell
on?
us all of this if we want, if we have specific questions about all of this. I think.
And I would just try to hone back in on what tonight is for. It's my understanding that the land swap has already been approved. This is just a land use change. We're not voting on the land swap. That's over
already
and
dealt with.
done and executed. This is simply so Public Works can utilize the facility that they've now,
So the
they're going
zoning.
to acquire. This allows them to do, that's my understanding.
Correct.
Yes, the
Correct.
conveyance has already occurred. You've
Yes.
already approved
We
of that.
approved this.
But now we have to get the proper zoning and the future land use changes in place before we can do anything with the property that we now own.
Okay, well, that better, I mean, I have a better understanding as opposed to things coming before me and I don't know all the intricacies. So thanks for bringing that out.
So are there any questions specific to the zoning or future land use of these properties?
I would like to know how to affect the airport. And I'd like to hear from Mr. McNair. And is this, well, I'll be second.
Let Ms. McDermott, please.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners?
So,
All right, question or questions?
do we have anything from the FAA? But any concerns of any swapping? And as I look at close proximity of the runway and how it's situated out there, is there any concerns from the airport authority, FAA, with any of this? Because I don't want to wait till we say yeah, and then we have problems on the back end in any kind of way.
So, couple of points. 2 months ago, we did a land release. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys recall that, but there was a land release approved, and it was for the area running along here.
Okay. Right.
So that was part of the ALP. That was not an operational impactful area, you know, in terms of use for the airport, it was fine. What I'm hearing here tonight, in all candor, because I don't have the history, but I'm gonna just shoot straight.
All right.
What I'm hearing here tonight is we're talking about use. Okay. Now, there are additional steps that need to be taken. But tonight, we're talking about use. You know, rezoning something from a commercial to whatever. There's a meeting scheduled with the FAA regarding swap properties. Okay, so you know, I'm a little confused myself. There's a lot of history, but we have already released some property here as per our ALP for, you know, to this neighboring tenant.
And that's the property, the red in the red? That's confusing. You confused and you out there, you know I'm
This
confused.
property here is part of the swap. Okay,
Mhm.
so this property will become property that the airport can develop. It'll also be contiguous with some existing airport property. We'll have a runway here, which is the approach on 3-5. And, you know, again, there's not immediate development opportunity, but there is additional area for development.
Okay.
Well, it'll benefit the city better because it'll become the city as opposed to staying with Mr. Nation. Because it's next to the runway, correct? So if it's next to the runway, if the city obtain that, that'll.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be more beneficial for the city.
Yeah. I have bigger blocks.
Right.
And again, I would like, because I don't think Commissioner Jones was in here when the conversation was at hand, that it's already been.
That's already happened. Yes.
On October 12th.
We're just talking about zoning and land use changes.
My question was, I appreciate that. Just was the FAA on board with what we're doing? Are we in line? That's what's important to me. They oversee it. They ultimately will say,
That's a good
yeah
question.
or nay. And that's a question. So that's a legal question as well. I would like to.
So as for the use, nothing has transpired. There are no site plans. If the city were to proceed with any sort of development of this parcel, given its proximity to the runway, it would probably have to get FAA approval, but that is further down the line. This is at the use and future land use map change stage. We're not proposing any development of the site currently. But of course, the city would not do anything presumably to jeopardize the financial viability of the airport and come into violation with federal FAA standards.
Great. So first, the reason why I asked, purpose of that ask. It could appear that as we are getting something, but it may, down the road where you're talking about, we may not be able to utilize it. So we swap some property and we have the property for the public works, but what looked like a good deal cannot not be such a good deal. That's why I'm asking. So I want to be able to ask these questions up front before. I know we got the land there, but before we come back in the FAA and say, well, you know, that wasn't such a good idea. Great deal for the city. So keeping the city's best interest at heart.
I'm not sure anyone here can answer that question. I don't think anyone here has a crystal ball in terms of what the FAA might say down the line without knowing what is going to be proposed for this parcel. We can certainly look at FAA regulations now and be sure to not propose anything that would contemplate any sort of violation of FAA rules. And of course, I think that's what we would do. Because again, we don't want to jeopardize the ability to have a financially viable airport. So I don't anticipate in hypothetical mode, the city proposing any type of use of this property that would jeopardize our airport viability.
Absolutely. So let me take it a step further. This property, considering it's a neighboring property, will have to go through a process for development. Because, you know, height restrictions and those things, let's just be realistic about it. Any property adjacent to an airport, you know, have to go through a little bit more extra for the imaginary lines that surround the airport or the bowl itself. So you know, I certainly echo what the city attorney is saying, and, you know, it's consistent. So I think the letter just came up about what was actually released. Sonny, you put, okay. So this was a release that was put in place a couple of months ago. That was actually approved by the FAA for this specific area.
Oh, that answered my question. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Well,
Okay.
I want to be consistent. I asked the pastor about his future use, so Mr. Nation, what their future use out there? Mr.
Well,
Alexander?
we're not on that yet.
I could ask the question. I got-
Oh, but we have that coming
Our,
from
our
them.
future uses, yeah, this is the city's parcels.
Yeah,
We don't have
let's
any
wait
plans
for that until the, yeah, but you'll be able,
That's what you,
Okay,
yes, we'll do that
Okay.
next, okay? I'm gonna open the floor to public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
it's approved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Onward.
May I
Yes,
read the next ordinance?
please.
Regarding the same matter, ordinance number 2023 R47, when I eventually get to it, sorry, this is a very long ordinance with exhibits.
Okay.
Ordinance number 2023 R46, there's no R47, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from the city of Palatka General Commercial Light C2 to the city of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for the following property located on Kaylarkin Drive, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 310-2640-0131-0020, from the city of Palatka AP1 to the city of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for the following property located at 10 Kaylarkin Circle, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 310-2640-001040, from the city of Palatka Airport zoning AP1 to the city of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for a portion of the following property located at 4015 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 310-2640-01000000, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Opening up for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Onward. G.
2023-45, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of documents accomplishing the release of that reverter found in the city of Palatka Ordinance 1019, thereby eliminating the requirement that the portion of North 16th Street, which lies between St. John's Avenue and Reed Street, Highway 17, be used as a new car dealership in order to avoid the reversion of the city of Palatka of the street, which was vacated by Ordinance 1019 in the document.
How did we?
I think we missed one.
We missed it.
I missed one.
Yeah, that's the next item. We missed.
I'm reading the wrong one? That item G, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, I did, and that's my fault for saying G. We're still on.
Can you tell me where to go?
I thought we just approved both ordinance 2023-46 and 2023-47.
Yeah.
We did.
Okay,
Okay.
so that was item F.
So I should continue with G?
He was right. I'm sorry. You were right.
Okay,
I think we're all
I'm
punch
sorry.
drunk. Sorry.
I'm going back to G.
No.
Do I have to start at the top?
Okay,
Quiet. Picking up, where I think I left off. To be used as a new car dealership, although technically it's the current car dealership, in order to avoid the reversion of to the city of Palatka of the street, which was vacated by ordinance 1019 and the documents authorized therein, providing that the easement retained by the city as described within ordinance 1019 would continue to be retained by the city and will not be relinquished or released, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. This is a request to amend that ordinance 1019 by striking section 2 and ceding the former right-of-way of 16th Street between Reed Street and St. John's Avenue as defined in ordinance 1019, Schedule A to Palatka CBG LLC. in that ordinance, 1019, section 2 stated that if the auto dealership was to cease operation as an auto dealership for at least 180 consecutive days, that right of way, which was vacated by that ordinance. So the right of way was already vacated by the ordinance, but that reverter clause was in there so that if it ever ceased being a car dealership for 180 days, that right of way would come back to the city. The applicant is requesting that that section be struck from the ordinance, or the ordinance would be revised not to include that section, so that there would be no possibility of that right of way reverting back to the city. Well, there's a couple of reasons that they could do it. I do not know for certain. They didn't reveal that to me, but if you are going to sell a piece of property or redevelop a piece of property and get a loan on it, you would have essentially a cloud on your title. And that's more than likely what the issue is.
But do you think, well, that's legal. Do you think that the Board of Commissioners prior to us thought about the safeguard by putting that reverter clause in there in case dealership do cease operation?
I am sure that they, I'm going to, anything that comes out of my mouth right now in response to that would be complete speculation. I do know that a reverter existing does cause a cloud on title and could definitely put a monkey wrench in any sort of loan.
Right. And we do not maintain that right away at this moment because we don't own it anymore. We would obviously not do the maintenance on it afterwards either way.
And I don't know if it has any bearing, but previously or initially, there was some opposition to area businesses, and that sense has changed as well.
It has. We received, there was a gentleman that owned St. John's Auto Body that appeared at the last hearing about this at the planning board and expressed his support. He was one of the people that was in opposition to it in a strong manner back in 2010, but he has since changed his mind. The only other issue, the only other person to come before us and express opposition to it is former Commissioner Mary Lawson Brown. Otherwise, we have had no other comments received.
And I've provided those comments as a handout to the commission today.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Well, I had this sitting up here for a minute.
Go ahead. No, I see it. Sorry.
Well, my only issue is that when it was initially drawn up, that clause was put in there for a reason. And in my opinion, when I think about it, you talk about ingress, egress, we talk about some response time for EMS, because that used to be a street until the group got together and said that they needed that area closed off so that they could develop that. And so in my belief is that it's there for a reason. And if they do cease business and it cedes back to the city, then it could potentially maybe go back to a roadway where people cannot be accessed through for EMS, life and health and safety. No, we couldn't make that back a road again.
In order to do that, you would actually have to do some tremendous changes to the way it currently exists. There is a roundabout there, and therefore we would not be utilizing that as far as access for emergency purposes. We would use the adjacent streets to the east and the west.
Right, I understand that piece, but it was, basically you can just clear that out and go straight through.
You would have to remove the roundabout because an emergency vehicle can't make that turn in the roundabout.
Understand that. That's what I'm saying. It could, the city
sir.
have the resources to be able to do that. Yeah. So that's just my take on it.
Okay, the applicant's representative is here. If you would like to say a few words or answer any questions, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jim Troiano, and I do represent Palatka Chevy Buick GMC. My address is 2000 Reed Street. If I may, to kind of clear up some maybe confusion here, I have a map of the area. Can I present it to you, Madam Clerk, for presenting it to the Commission, please? So, Madam Mayor, our intent with development that we're seeing in the community, development we're seeing throughout the area, not only in Putnam County, but surrounding areas, our dealerships are going to have to expand. We are looking at the potential of 100 new technicians. And with that, we have to expand our auto facilities. And so that means new jobs, a lot of new jobs. And this one location is somewhere where we're looking at. If you could look at the map and you could take where it says St. John's Avenue up top, it's circled. Well, just put it to where you can read it then. Reed Street on the top and St. John's Avenue on the bottom. What we're planning to do is we're planning to place a building directly over that roundabout. So our dealership, Sonny, do you have that at all in your? Actually, yeah, can you just keep it right there? If I may. So the building is going to come out and it's going to cover this area here. And as Ms. Walsh presented earlier in her presentation, that we are going to seek financing for that. And by putting a building there, our intent is to stay here in Palatka. Our intent is to continue growing, providing good business, providing jobs for this community. And we need to expand our dealership. And we're asking you for your assistance in that by understanding that we want to place a building over top of there. And that building is going to be there for many years to come. So we have no intent at all to leave this great community. And we just want to add to and to ensure that we're providing good services to our customers. And again, jobs here, good paying jobs for people in our community. So if you see that, you can see how the building is proposed to go over the roundabout itself.
Thank you, Commissioner
With that
Campbell.
being said, that's cleared up my issue of concern because of the development there. It's going to be something. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Campbell.
And if I understand correctly, the development or the expansion comes from the corporate office, correct?
I'm sorry.
The expansion of.
So we have looked as part of the corporation, we have been advised through surveys and analysis in the community as far as growth occurring, that we need to expand our service line that we have. So yes, sir, that it's through the corporate side. We've been advised that we need to expand our dealerships and provide additional service line, that particular service line to the community.
Any additional questions, Mr. Troiano? No? Well, thank you. I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion? Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Going to regular business. Motion for reconsideration of appeal, Mr. Green, Ms. West.
So if you recall the chronology on this, this originated with the Historic Preservation Board approving of a chain link fence around the Little Sprouts property daycare facility. Mr. Green filed an appeal of that decision, which goes to you. That's the next procedural step. You concurred. It was a majority vote with Commissioners Campbell, Borum, and McCaskill in the majority. Mr. Green has requested that you entertain a motion for reconsideration. The only commissioners that can move for reconsideration are those commissioners that were in the majority. I have provided a memorandum on this, and I believe I've talked to each of you. And I'm available for any questions you may have, but at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Green, who is seeking the motion for reconsideration.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Tim Green, 114 South Third Street. I'm here tonight to request your reconsideration of an earlier motion regarding the approval of a certificate of appropriateness for chain link fence at 200 South 7th Street. As you may recall, my appeal on November 9th failed on a 3-2 vote. And as you all know, the appeals process exists to undo decisions made with good intentions, but were otherwise either compromised by improper procedure, or if the approval was made without sufficient knowledge of all the facts.
Excuse me, prior to you moving forward.
Yes.
I just want to know if there is a selected time frame that he has to present his case.
Yes, Sunny, if you could please turn on the timer for 5 minutes. Well, let's go ahead and get the slides in shape before we hit the timer.
Also have his. Madam Mayor, when appropriate, he also provided me with a short video. I don't know if we want to do the video first or the slides, but I have them both ready.
The video, I can read the quote. We can skip the video. I might be faster than
Okay, but
the
let's
video,
go with the
but
slides
it's
then.
available.
Okay.
And the slides will be very brief. It's really more speaking.
Okay.
We
So
ready?
you ready for the timer?
Okay.
Yes. Let's go.
As you all, this chain link fence application has suffered both improper procedure and a lack of sufficient knowledge of the facts. And the decision on the fence needs to be corrected in order to avoid future challenges to the validity of Palatka's municipal code. With that, as I present, I ask that you please give careful consideration to two key matters. First, please pay attention to the irregularities and misinformation that has occurred throughout the whole COA application process and hearings. And second, consider the consequences of permitting the claim of financial hardship without evidence as justification to violate municipal code. So to start, the COA application was submitted by Mr. John Vanderwerf, who owns 200 South 7th Street under the business name TP Schoolhouse LLC. And the video, which I'll read the quote, he spoke at the October 5th HPB Historic Preservation Board meeting. And the quote reads, "It's a school. We don't want it to look like a prison. We want it to look nice. We have some regulations that say we have to have a perimeter fence property at the school because of children. So the front, as much as we can make it look good, we will," end quote. However, in the hearing on the 9th, Mr. Vanderwerf did not appear before you, nor did a legal representative as procedurally required. Instead, Mr. Vanderwerf's tenant, Risa Bird, director of Little Sprouts Learning Center, and Mr. Colin Bingham, a real estate developer, spoke on behalf of the applicant, which is a breach of procedure. So to be clear, Mr. Bird and Mr. Bingham are not on the COA application. They are not the applicants. So nevertheless, Mr. Bird and Miss Bird and Mr. Bingham claimed that the compliance with the city's ordinance regarding the historical requirements for the fence would be cost prohibitive, but provided no documentation of the actual cost of what it would be to comply, nor any evidence of financial hardship. The applicant, TP Schoolhouse LLC, is a private for-profit business, and their finances are not readily available. However, public record shows that Mr. Vanderwerf owns millions of dollars of property in Putnam County and purchased the 200 South 7th Street property in December 2021 for $1.2 million. So the public record suggests that the applicant, Mr. Vanderwerf, under TP Schoolhouse LLC, has the financial means to comply with city code, which contradicts the claims made by Ms. Bird and Mr. Bingham. So, in review of the COA application, I found it absent irrelevant facts and documentation, which has undermined the integrity of the entire review process. The application includes a pencil drawing of a perimeter fence that's not drawn to scale, no specifics on gates or egresses, and more importantly, no evidence or documentation to support their claim that the chain link fence was a requirement in order to meet state regulations for childcare facilities. Nothing. Furthermore, Ms. Walsh, as the planning director, was responsible to vet the application, not only to ensure the sufficient details, but also to ensure it complies with state municipal code as well as the spirit of historic preservation. Based on the lack of documentation in her file, Ms. Walsh did not perform her duties. The applicant's file contained no documents pertaining to state regulation on school fencing for schools, nothing on Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, and nothing on Mediterranean revival architecture. Without documented evidence, Ms. Walsh provided unsubstantiated, misleading statements about the state regulations as if it were fact in her written staff report to the Historic Preservation Board. As a result, the HPB approved the chain link fence based upon Ms. Walsh's unfounded recommendations and ultimately contradicted decades of precedents and violated municipal code. Ms. Walsh stated the proposed chain link fence met the recommendations by the Secretary of Interior Standards. This is false. Ms. Walsh claimed the proposed chain link fence was a requirement of the state of Florida. This is false. Ms. Walsh claimed the fence was not damaging to the historic character of the building or surrounding neighborhood. This is false. And under oath, Ms. Walsh told Commissioner Jones that the proposed chain link fence was in the architectural character of the historic Mediterranean Revival building. This is false. So if the Historic Preservation Board was given the actual facts rather than this misinformation, it's my belief the application would have been denied and we wouldn't be here and probably denied unanimously. So, time? Can I request 15 seconds?
No, we've got to, we really have to keep it on time. Mr.
Okay,
Green. This is
so
very-
the only slides,
So
the
please
slides
stop.
just are a summary of the state
Okay,
regulations.
Thank you. Does
Questions?
anybody have any questions for Mr. Green? No. The representative for Mr. Vanderwerf, please.
Is this a part of the?
Just to be clear, this would be the public comment section.
Okay.
I
Right.
did receive from the property owner, authorization for Mr. Colin Bingham to speak on his behalf. He's out of town today, so I did receive that authorization for this proceeding.
Okay, I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Anybody here for public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, close public comment. There you go. Did you want us?
As member public, no.
Okay.
So to be clear, this is not an appeal. This is not a quasi judicial hearing. This was a request by a member of the public for you to entertain a motion for reconsideration. So there's no petitioner respondent. It's a presentation by a member of the public and then it's public comment.
And we just finished public comment, so with that said, how would the commission like to proceed?
Well, in my opinion, from speaking with staff and understanding where we are, it would be in the best decision, I guess, to maybe repeal the decision that was made the night we voted on that item.
Consider.
So I want to reconsider and push it back to the Historic Preservation Board
With some direction,
with directions, correct?
and that is?
For the Historic Board to look at and make sure that what's presented is in compliance with the city code, municipal code.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion.
Second for the sake of discussion.
You have a motion and it's been seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
She
You-
wants to discuss it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't hear. I didn't
So,
hear.
hearing Commissioner Borum's motion, Is that the advice that you gave us? Is that clear? Give us some clarity on that.
Yes,
Okay.
the motion for reconsideration to send it back to the HPB with guidance, which Commissioner Borum did just delineate in his motion.
Okay.
Right, because we would have never had that if that piece would have been addressed during that time, because we overruled our own code, and it should have not came out of the Historic Preservation Board without due consideration of the municipal codes.
And just moving forward, we are the ones that's gonna make the vote amongst ourselves, the three of us, correct?
So once the motion for reconsideration has been made by a member of the majority before, then it proceeds.
Like a
as normal.
regular motion. Okay, so a motion is second.
I'm not, Mayor, I
Yes.
apologize. And just for further clarification, when it goes back to the board, what's the process there?
I will be guiding them through the process with the specific guidance that has been set forth that they must adhere to the delineations that Commissioner Borum set forth. And specifically, as I noted, the Division of State Historic Resource Standards.
And this may be a question that's related to this, but in the future, how do we stop from getting to this point again?
That's a good question. You know, you have volunteer boards in both the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Board. And, you know, staff tries to guide them as much as possible. So do I, but we can't control their recommendations and their final vote. So.
And generally, they do a great job.
Almost.
I'm
all
not
of the
talking
time.
about generally, we're talking
Yeah.
about.
I'm talking about specific issues.
No, I understand, but I want to make sure that if it's something that we need to set forth prior to it coming to the commission, that it's handled at that level to where it does not, even if we put in the recommendation that we allow you to intervene and give a legal jargon or legal opinion, that's what I'm looking for, a legal opinion. Because again, we often say that we don't want to go against those who are in the capacity of serving, but again, we don't want to be put back in this position if it could have been avoided.
Of course. I completely agree. We will do everything we can so that doesn't happen. But appeals
Understand.
from lower volunteer boards do happen within cities. It does happen. We will work hard to try and prevent it and provide the guidance necessary, but we can't always control it.
Yes, I understand that, but at the same time, I think as a city attorney representing the city, even though they are a volunteer board, then you need to render your legal opinion towards the whatever the outcome was, if it's going to be a negative impact on the city. I think we need to at least have that from you, and then that'll give us better information that we could move forward with. So that's what I would be looking for.
Yes, and Commissioner Borum, I completely understand on this particular item, when it came before the Historic Preservation Board, there was no opposition during the comment on this particular agenda item. So it was, we have an unusual situation here with the appellant. Unfortunately, the way the code is drafted, anyone can file an appeal. So they don't have to be an adjacent property owner. They don't have to be within a certain radius. Anyone can file an appeal. That is something we may want to address in the code going forward, but we have to deal with the way the code is drafted now.
So as a haste to make that, I would make a recommendation that comes before the commission sooner than later, so that we can start the process.
Addressing the ordinance.
Yes,
Thank you. I'll work on that.
thank you.
Motion in a second. And you have something else? I'm
Well,
sorry.
yeah, but even at that they can make an appeal, or if we try and change it, then not let them, but if we still had the legal opinion, then whether they make an opinion or not, I mean, or an appeal or not, if they don't have a strong case, then it wouldn't go anywhere. So I think that we just need to have the opinion of our city attorney so that we know that we're I'll feel a lot better about a decision that I make as opposed to having to take some step backs, take some step back.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Next, we have the discussion direction, Historic Central Academy, Preservation CDC. Jane? I miss Miss West, I'm so sorry.
Actually, this is a request again by a member of the public to be placed on this agenda. The request comes from the Historic Central Academy Preservation CDC, Inc.
Good evening. Good evening.
1 minute. 5 minutes. Yes.
5 minutes only.
5 minutes, yes. Name and address, please.
I'm Shirley Edwards, 116 James Place, Palatka, Florida. I'm the Executive Director of Historic Central Academy Preservation, CDC. We are here tonight just to solicit your support. I have a brief slide here.
Madam
but-
Mayor, before I begin the timer, well, I kind of already did, but I'll cancel it. But may I ask if the pointer is up there and if she would prefer for me to click next slide? I know that takes
May
some
ask.
time. Is the pointer up there? I think I gave it to somebody. Would you like to use the pointer? Would you like to direct me to the next slide?
Let me just direct you.
Okay.
Because I'm
Then-
probably not going to talk on all of the points
Okay,
at
no
this
problem.
point now, for the
I'll start
interest of
timer
time.
Edwards. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to first of all acknowledge Madam Mayor and the commission. We do appreciate this opportunity to present before you. With the interest of time, like I said, it's not going to be as long, so I'll probably just tell you to keep going. I just want you to see some of the pictures. I'd like to take the time to acknowledge my board. If you'd please stand. They're here and they've endured. Thank you. This is Reverend Vickers is our chairperson. Mr. Edward Williams is a board member. Ms. Tasha Givens is my co-director and director over the grants committee. Ms. Reverend Beverly Canty in the back is our treasurer. Our co-chair is not present. That's Vivian McRae. And we are seeking a secretary right now. You can go ahead and start this slide to the second page. This is the original school. Excuse me. It was erected in 1892, established there for children between 1st and 8th grade. Up until 1925, it was 1st through 8th. Then it went up to 12th grade after that. And on that same year, they received the first accreditation in the state of Florida. In 1936, this particular building was burned down, and they erected the building on Washington Street, which is the next slide. Thank you. At this time, this was, you see the children looking out the window? That was 1st through 8th at that time, and then later on, it went up to 12th grade under the Principal Walker. Just trying to gather myself. I don't want to give all of the information. Again, we're just here to solicit your support for the project. We started meeting again. The board and the organization itself was inactive for approximately 3 years. We have gained the support of the Palatka Housing Authority. We are partnered now. We are in discussion for a memorandum of understanding currently. We've been meeting with them and we've been swapping information about potential grants and other ways to have the project funded. We started back in June and then we've had our elections. We are viable. We are strong in our faith about continuing this project on from where they left off. Excuse me. The original board's members, several people had moved away and then some people resigned. And when they were not able to be successful with that last grant, the organization just became defunct for a while. Now, our goal is to rebuild, restore, and rejuvenate the spirit and the legacy of this iconic school. Our vision is to offer the community sustainable community and educational resources with a concentration absolutely on the North Side community. On November 12th, in 1998, our organization was added, and this site was added to the U.S. National Registry for Historic Places due to the efforts of our organization. We have remained in good standings as well with the state, and we will continue to be. You can move on. This is our school song. I say our because I'm a graduate of Central Academy Elementary, and then I went on to CA for 2 years before integration. You can move on. Yes, Mr. Hartsfield was one of the iconic principals there back in the early 50s, I think. Mr. Fred Brooks was the last principal at Central Academy High School before integration. And Mr. Leroy Mullen was the last principal at the elementary school. This is one of my favorite pictures in the whole book. It's a yearbook staff from 1952, if you can imagine. One of our members loaned us the yearbook from that year. His aunt was in that class. That is the staff, and I just really admire that picture. These are some highlights from the CA, class of 61 to 62. Keep going, please.
And you have to kind of wrap it up, Miss Edwards. The 5 minutes is up.
I'm so sorry. Can I get an extension of 2 minutes at least? The hour has been really long.
Again, it's at the
We've been here
discretion of the
3
chair.
hours. They waited.
Excuse me?
That's fine. I think there was a discussion there.
Because
that
we-
the
we-
board is okay. 2 minutes though. Let's just.
2 minutes.
We need to adhere
Okay,
to
well
that.
then, let's go. Keep going, please.
Trying to set the clock right now.
Keep going. Next picture. You can move all the way up.
Okay, go ahead.
You can go all the way up to where the picture of the, okay, right here. I'm sorry. This is the Central Academy marker that was donated by the class of 1976. We intend to erect that and put it in front of the building, not at this time, but at an appropriate time when the project gets started. And Mr. Williams is a member of our board, and he's from that class, so we appreciate that. And their president, Mr. Larry Dearings. It's being housed right now at the Housing Authority, stored rather. This is a site in St. Augustine. They're currently under renovation. Similar situation, however, they are doing really well with their renovation and got the roof up and everything now. And this is just for added measure, like it says, for inspiration and hope. Keep going, please. This is the current state, which we all know is why a lot of people don't feel that this can be done. We have, okay.
We got one more
Push
minute.
this.
1 more minute.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you already know what that looks like. We have faith and we do believe we can get this done. We've sought grants in the past and were granted a grant, so there's no reason we can't again. Keep going. This is the future and keep going. Okay, right here. Our proposed usage, educational resources, an innovative center, which would be excuse me, an after-school program and a computer center, daycare, satellite college, which I am proposing, and we're going to try to get Edward Waters University over here remotely. The museum and library would be up front where the original library used to be. The community resources, a multi-purpose room, not unlike the Price Martin. Satellite government offices, for instance, a Social Security representative coming in maybe a couple of times a week, and a small business center to assist people stepping out on business ventures. Any
Thank you.
questions, please?
Any questions of Ms. Reed? Discussion?
think the request is to have it removed from the blight list. Prior to, we've had extensive conversations with regards to this property. And even at that time, I don't believe any of us was against what has been proposed. The list that was put into place, it wasn't to bring shame, wasn't to do anything of that nature. It was to bring light to situations or properties that needed to be brought into compliance.
Right.
And so I'm concerned about the precedents that we will be setting, even being that this is an historic property. We're not looking to take any property. We're not looking to do anything of that nature. We're just looking to bring properties into compliance. And at that time, Ms. Givens stood before the commission and asked some of those questions, and that was relayed because I was one of the ones who made sure that it was relayed. We're not here to try to take away anything. We're here, while Central Academy plays a very vital part to the history, the African-American history, more specifically, on the historic North Side. My father is a graduate of Central Academy. So if anything, I would want to do this for him. However, even where I sit behind this dais, we have a duty to make sure that the courtesy we would extend to you, that we would extend to everyone. And again, everyone would be up here because why? It has some kind of historical relevance, their properties to them and their family. But again, I can assure you that I'm not, and I can speak probably for the commission, that we are not trying to take this property or do anything again with this property. What we want to make sure that this property does, as every other property that is listed on there, is to come into compliance in whatever way that they can, be it 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years. And I think as long as this property remains on that list, it shows, or it will be a driving force for you all to continue to do what it is that you all do to make sure that it comes into compliance. And if anything, I honestly believe that it will help you when you go out seeking grant funding, putting that it is on a on this blight list, because you want to bring it to the blight list.
Yeah, I
So
certainly
again,
agree.
I want to make sure that being here, I don't want to set a precedence that if you all are here today, next week, we have a room full of, at our next meeting, we have a room full of people wanting the same because their property holds sentimental values, whole family values, and whole things of that nature. So I speak for myself, but again, I'm quite sure at this point, we know from our last meetings and meetings leading up here until today, we don't want to see anything but great things come to that site. And if we can see it manifest because you all are listed, that's what it is going to have to be.
I certainly understand. I just want to make it clear I was not present the night that Ms. Givens
No, I
presented
understand.
that
I was just
question.
making, that was the
understand.
question that had come before the
We
commission.
did discuss this after I noted that Ms. Givens asked for that. But we do understand, the chairman and I and the rest of the board do understand why it's on the blight list. There are certain things that we're going to be trying to do to improve it on the outside. The little that we can do while we're struggling to try to get this starting to go. Any other questions, please, or comments? None?
You have my support with your endeavors of what you're trying to do.
I appreciate that very much.
And I just want to let it be.
That's one of the main things we need is verbal support around the community. Because I do understand if I was a citizen watching from afar, I would wonder what was going on as well. And so we're trying to regain the community's support, as well as the city, the county, and the local businesses as well.
And as communicated, even when Ms. Gibbons came before, when we did the Price Martin meeting, when she did her kickoff, again, like I said, anything that we can do to help assist in the matter with helping to bring that property back to its glory, we're here to help. And so again, you know, we work very hard to put things in place. And so that's, Commissioner Campbell said it best. And so that's where we are, and we're just here to help in any other way we can to help you guys get to where it need to be.
Okay, I really appreciate it. Ma'am?
Not to prolong the meeting or the comments, but sustainability and safety is key in this process, so I think y'all.
Sustainability, yes, that's why we,
Safety. So,
exactly, that's why those projects are up there. Can I make a comment?
Would please, yep.
I don't want to be out of order, but I really feel like this project deserves a little more than 5 minutes. I didn't realize it was going to be just 5 minutes.
Again, that's kind of what we give to everybody, and in fairness, if we extend it for you, then we have to extend it for everybody else, and it just becomes unwielding, and this meeting was already quite long, but we do give people 5 minutes. We gave a previous person 5 minutes, and so, yeah.
Okay.
And again, I think the reason or what it's listed on as I think there's a difference between presentation and discussion and direction.
Exactly.
And so I'm not sure what it was or how it came about to be on the agenda.
I
but-
requested it. I didn't know that we were just addressing us getting off the blacklist. I requested to do a presentation.
So I think that's where the miscommunication is. But then even with that, I think we've already stated our position. We're not here to beat down this process. We're here to support. But then again, overall, it's between the organization and the Palatka Housing Authority. We have our support. I signed a letter showing my support, and I will do so. But again, I think even if there was a longer presentation, the sentiments of us will still remain the same. This is something as an effort. If we want to get on as an individual and support this, do so. But at this general body, there's no more than we can do right now at this point outside of the support that we have for you. Again, between the Palatka Housing Authority and the organization, that's where the driving force needs to come. And if you so desire to come before the commission, every time we have a meeting, you have the right to do that. But I don't think it's gonna change. This has nothing to do with us from the standpoint of moving forward, seeking funding or any other efforts that you all have to do. I fully support it. But then again, this governing body can't do any more because it's not in our hands. We don't own it. It's owned by the Palatka Housing Authority and the organization who.
Well, yes, I understand that. We just wanted support, that's all.
No, you have our support,
Okay.
and I promise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Ms. West?
We need to open it up for a public hearing.
I will. Opening up public comment. Does anybody have a public comment? Is that what you said?
It's public comment.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm getting tired.
We're all getting tired.
Pack the agenda.
It's
Good
not supposed
evening.
to be open for public comment. That was my error because we're all punched drunk here. But yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. You're up here now, so you may as well do it and just, let's get it done.
If this was as far as direction and
Okay,
Action
My-
discussion.
I'm sorry. I am
Yes,
tired.
we
we're
all
tired.
are.
Yes.
But I just wanted to make sure, and I mean, she's here, so we're gonna give the opportunity,
give her
but
the
this
benefit of the
really
doubt.
didn't cause for a public comment.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tarsha Givens. My address is 225 Stillwell Avenue here in Palatka. Just want to say thank you. We are coming forward as a board. We were asked back in April to keep the city updated on our progress and the things that we've been doing as far as Central Academy, but we appreciate your support and we appreciate your time tonight. So I just want to say we're coming back because we were invited to come back and we want to finally present what we've been working on. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, we've been to 10, 11 has been canceled, 12, Ms. Gano. Discussion, direction, makeup, evaluation, rank committees to rank requests for proposals for American Rescue Plan Act funded programs.
Good evening, Marcia Gano. Just shouldn't take very long here, but we recently published 2 RFPs. One was for affordable housing and one was for utility assistance. We're here tonight for discussion, a direction on what we would propose as far as an evaluation committee. It's clear that these responses, these RFPs and these responses are very non-typical. We're used to doing, capital improvements, which are based on qualifications and price. This is a much more complicated undertaking and not in our bailiwick. This isn't the type of proposal that we're accustomed to evaluating, and staff, but we're excited about it. It's 2 million for affordable housing and then, money with the utility assistance. So I think it's a great opportunity to do some great things for the community. The responses are complicated. There are some that proposed matching funds. There are some that proposed a cost plus basis. Some that several that had firm bids prices, but varied by over $1 million. So you're like, how do you get apples to apples, oranges to oranges? How do you get through here and really get a credible process in place that's going to serve the city the way that it should? So what we are asking for, what we would recommend is for the affordable housing that we have a representative, and this is for the evaluation committee for the RFPs. That still has to come back to you. The evaluation committee's results still have to come back to you to be awarded. So, but this is what we would propose, and we're asking for your guidance or concurrence. Affordable housing, we'd like to have a public housing rep. We'd like to have an affordable housing industry experts. We actually have found a few subject matter experts that would be a great enhancement to this process. We'd like somebody from the planning department, project manager, and we'd like the finance director to participate. So that was the, that's kind of the way we started, docket that we started with. Do you want me to address questions at this time? Well, I'm almost done then. Utility, for the utility assistance, we were going to recommend that a finance director, somebody from a gas authority, and then, somebody from staff. So your thoughts and ideas?
Commissioner Campbell.
My only question is, this is something that we're gonna do moving forward for everything that's a RFP? Or are we just specifically doing it for ARPA?
We are specifically doing it for these two RFPs. I don't think that there's any, I mean, they are ARPA, but I wouldn't say that it's just, you look at these responses, you look at the context of them, and it's like, we need to get the right kind of group here to evaluate these and make a recommendation to the commission for implementation. So I have heard no discussion or direction that this is something we'd recommend going forward. I think these ones are unique, and that's why we're here this evening. I know in the 2.5 years I've been here, we have never come to you going, here's what we're thinking for this evaluation board. We always have them. We do it routinely ourselves, but we do think this one is a little bit broader and deserves some consideration outside of that. So we didn't want to surprise you coming in with a recommendation and then have questions about who made these, technical recommendations.
Any further questions? So what is our thought about this process and whether we want to approve it or recommend something else?
Who is going to be the person to make the recommendation for the representatives?
Well, we were going to ask the Public Housing Authority. We just wanted to make sure that we had a placeholder here for that organization to be represented. Planning department would come from staff. I would like to participate as a project manager. We'd ask the finance director, and we do have an opportunity. We'd reach out for an affordable housing, subject matter expert. And there's a number of people out there that have expressed an interest in helping. We have, could present their resumes if you guys would like to be involved with that. And we, the clock is running. We got 2 million on the affordable housing. We published this RFP in October. So we really want to move through the process of getting the selection, getting the evaluation committee and getting the RFP awarded and moving forward with implementing the program.
Okay, so how would we like to proceed? Go ahead.
My question is, how are we gonna try to help them? What scope are we trying to help them? Are we trying to give them a stipend, trying to actually help them build a home, help them obtain housing? What are we gonna do? So before you get those boards, you got to know what direction we really trying to head in. And I think that needs to come from up here.
Well, the affordable housing RFP cast a very, very broad list of opportunities. We can do everything from, which is typically the way we write the grant. So you don't want to be pigeonholed at the beginning. You want to have those options. We are asked, these RFPs are for the administration of the program. So we did some draft program docs just because so that decision hasn't been made. We're asking for whoever we award this RFP to make the recommendation on what would be done, and then you can approve it at that time.
I think that's gonna prolong. I think if we give direction to the administrator, it kind of limits what comes back to us because it's what we want and not what they want for us.
I think that's excellent. I think we just want to pick the administrator and get it matched up with the direction from you guys and get the program implemented and moving on.
I agree, because they have the expertise.
So can we workshop that of what we actually
I think we're relying on the expertise of the respondents to the RFP.
No, that was not, that's.
Is that what
We're gonna
you-
do that? They don't know what they're gonna respond to.
Wait a minute, I misunderstood you, and how does it need to come into play here?
So just to reiterate what I stated, we want to recommend, even though they may be the expert, we want to make sure that the money that we worked hard, or the money that was
That we're actually.
that we were sure that we want to make sure that it's a reflection of what the commission wants and not what these respected organizations want for the commission. So I think stronger direction,
Yes.
should come from the commission prior to and have them respond to what it is that we want.
Exactly.
Because if it's
So-
so broad,
I-
we want to make sure that the narrowing comes from us and we weave out what we know we don't want versus having them respond, they come to us, and when they respond to us, we don't want it. So if we give that direction at the forefront, it kind of saves on the back end, if you ask me.
I think I think if I understand you correctly, and maybe let me just mirror back the way I envision this as a possibility. One is we move forward, we establish a evaluation committee to evaluate and grade the applicants. Part of this RFP doesn't have anything in it about here's what they're going to implement. So those decisions have not been made. There is plenty of time to get that additional guidance. I would say that we put that on the next agenda where you guys give us then what you want
But
implemented.
what are they being graded on?
The criteria that's in it's experience and qualifications is 40 points. Cost of their proposal is 40 points. Use of their program to use qualified local vendors is worth 10 points. And public information and outreach, their program, what they recommend for that is 10 points.
I think it takes a committee to determine that.
Well, we always have to have a committee, evaluation committee for any procurement. We have to grade them in those areas.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that. I just don't think that a separate committee from what we already previously have, I don't think it would require that. Now, once we get to the furthering inside of it to score, I think we have qualified people on staff to determine the scoring. But as far as to assemble a committee that, I just think that's a little bit redundant when we have, if you're gonna be on it, you're a city employee. If you're gonna have somebody from finance on it, they're already employed with the city. So every person that you name, for the most part, is already employed by the city. I say for the most part.
With the exception of reaching outside on the affordable housing one for a representative from public housing and, a subject matter expert. I appreciate the vote of confidence that we have the skills and the ability.
And what I'm trying to get, and the reason I formed my question before, like, if we're gonna do it for this one, we have had other circumstances of unique RFPs that have come before the commission, and there was not a special committee formed to address those. And so at this time, if we're looking to kind of expedite the process, okay, reach out to Dr. Woods and his staff. But to say we're creating an additional committee just to serve this purpose, I don't agree with that. Let's grade them, bring it back to us. And then in the event that we need to bring the subject matter experts into it, let's do it at that time. I don't think that's gonna change the grade of if we know we got the money. They're not the subject matter expert in the money that we got to spend. They're not the subject matter expert in some of those things that could be the preliminary component versus us bringing more people into the equation at the early onset. And I just don't feel like that's the appropriate thing to do at this time.
I think that's fine. That's why this one was a little bit of a fish out of water. So we wanted to get your concurrence before we took that step, that we had the right people evaluating them. So what I hear you say is just go ahead with our normal process, internal staff, grade the applicants, and then come back to a recommendation for award. In the meantime, you guys are also thinking about your criteria about how you would like your expectations of these programs being implemented.
And then I think at that moment, that's where we bring the subject matter experts. And at that time, once we've identified what we desire, because if we desire something in the subject matter experts at the early part of the stage, they're not grading what it is that we want. So I think that's the appropriate time that we bring the subject matter experts in once we start having the discussion of what it is that we desire to see.
And I think that's absolutely a very, very credible path going forward. I'm sitting there going, boy, how do you evaluate
understand.
cost plus? And if that's routinely done in the industry and people could help us understand, we were willing to reach out to that. But if you guys are fine with us moving forward with our normal process, we'd be happy to do that.
I mean,
Do we have a clear understanding, Ms. West, of what the next agenda item should be as a follow-up to this?
Well, let me just briefly address the fact that this is point-based in terms of the award. And the very first one is experience and qualification of an organization and personnel in administering affordable housing preservation programs. We do not have anyone on staff here at the city that has the affordable housing expertise. So yes, we can call Dr. Woods, but that's not the criteria set forth for those 40 points. And I would
Okay,
hate
so
to jeopardize 40
let's
points.
cancel, let's do this. Bring Dr. Woods in, save the subject matter expert until we move forward, So we're bringing somebody from the outside who has that experience. The rest can wait.
Okay.
That suffices all point.
I think bringing that subject matter expert in will help get those points.
We just, absolutely just want to have a credible evaluation. So I think that's absolutely outstanding. And then I assume Palatka Gas would be happy to participate in the utility assistant ones. Wonderful. And then I just want to make sure that I understand from Commissioner Campbell what his expectations are of them. What's the best way for us to move forward with getting their input on setting the goals and the expectations of the program?
Yeah, Commissioner Campbell, you indicated that we should get direction from the commission on what we leave out and what we know we don't want. Can we get that feedback from the commission?
You said we wanted to do a workshop.
You want to workshop it, okay?
Yeah.
We need a date.
Do you want to just send out dates or do you want us to come up with a date right here and now? I'm asking because we're really running.
I believe Commissioner McCaskill, if I remember correctly, didn't have her calendar with her when we were talking about dates earlier.
Whatever's convenient.
So I don't mind sending it out later.
Okay, that was.
So we'll send out dates for a workshop.
Yes, just to keep moving forward.
Or if there could be a possibility that never mind.
That's something else that we said we're gonna workshop, right?
No, that's a meeting. You actually were gonna head down a point, but some of our meetings have just become lengthy and I want it to be, not really. If we're not gonna be as productive but just send out dates.
Well, thank you very much. Like I said, I think this is an opportunity to do some really significant things for the city. So appreciate being involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. On to number 13, discussion, direction, ranking of the 5 finalists for the position of city manager.
Would mention, Madam Mayor, that the HR department gave me a stack of resumes that I have handy.
Okay.
And I've
Um,
provided a handout with the list of applicants.
Why are we just getting the stack?
Yeah, I don't know. And
It's the same.
it's the same,
On them emails?
Yeah.
Is it the same as the email, the
Yes.
emails that came?
yes, it should be. Minus Mr. Griffiths, yes.
If it's nothing different, I don't want it.
So at any rate, we, from the last meeting, task that we gave to ourselves was to return to this meeting with each of us our top 5 candidates. Who do we start with? Commissioner Campbell?
I start every time, it don't matter.
Okay, I didn't want,
No, that's,
No.
no, sir.
no, I think we need to just get through this.
So we gotta give it one way or another. Why we have to go in alphabetical order?
You don't make that decision.
But
I don't know that we need to go and have a
if
bit
I
of.
volunteered to go first,
But don't tell me go.
I didn't say
That
that.
the chance goes last anyway. Commissioner Campbell.
I'll actually be presenting 4 on today because one of mine is no longer a candidate in there. I have Barkley, I have Lynn, I can't say the last name, so I'm gonna say the first name, Fred, and I have Dale.
Commissioner Jones.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Borum. Are we coming back to you, Commissioner Jones?
You can come back to it.
Commissioner Borum.
I got, Derek Harris, Jonathan Lynn, Fred.
Wait a minute, I can't hear you.
Hang on.
We can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I have Fred Ventresca, Christopher Weiner, Sylvia Warren, and Jonathan Lynn, Derek Harris.
Ms. McCaskill.
I am at a state of unreadiness due to some last minute changes in candidate.
Commissioner Jones.
Sorry. I have, David Lynch, Christopher Weiner, Darrell Bell, Fred, I can't know.
Ventresca.
And, did I say Lynn? Lynch, that's 5, right?
It's 4, sir. It's 4, sir. I have to repeat you back. I have Lynch, Christopher Weiner, Darrell Bell, and Fred Ventresco.
Oh, David Lynch.
David Lynch was the first one. Or is it 2 different people?
Jonathan Lynn.
Jonathan Lynn, thank you, sir.
Okay, I will go to it. My first choice isn't available, but then Fred Ventresco, Patrick Marsh, Christopher Dorsey, Jonathan Lynn, and then Christopher Weiner, Weiner, I think it's how it's pronounced. And so here we are. There seems to be some people in common. That's a good sign.
Yeah, are we able to, at this moment, identify the ones that we have mostly in common?
I think Sonny noted all of them.
I tried.
Fred, Winter, and Lynn. Okay, so Mayor, if I may
You
proceed,
may.
so that we can kind of bring this thing to a resolve. We have 3 that is at the majority. We have a commissioner that is at a state of unreadiness, which means, technically, we don't have, she may bring somebody that may be, part of the top 3. So I would lean on the commission to, as we haste to proceed and move forward, and trying to get some continued movage with regards to this position that is so critical. That at what point will we be able to have the 4, all 5 of us, with a list, even with the given last minute changes, there still should have been an ability to avail who you were. We had a 5 recommendation. Even if there was to bring forth 1, 2, or 3, but not to be in the state of unreadiness with nothing, I think that does us a disadvantage. How do we proceed?
At this point also, we have to determine who is going to contact these folks when we get to that point. One of us has to be the point person, since we have taken that out of the hands of any city employees. I assume that's probably going to be me, and that's fine unless somebody has another thought about that. But I think we need to just keep proceeding. Commissioner McCaskill, do you have any thoughts or input because you're undecided? Okay, please.
If I could get more time, maybe the next meeting, or with, I want to have time to meet with the senior advisor in this process now. I am at a state of unreadiness. You did say that there was a senior advisor, somebody that can help us in this process, right? When you all were removed, you did say that we have someone that we can reach out to and through the league, am I correct?
Correct. When I contacted the league, they referred us to the senior advisors, Mr. Ken Parker.
That has been available since that time.
Excuse me?
He has been available this entire time.
I know that he has, but my decision, I'm at a state of unreadiness due to a change.
And the question
So-
still remains, how do we move forward with this?
So I
Because
asked if I made my fellow commissioners, if I may have additional time. If not, it's up to you, all, the board. You have a majority. Yeah, sorry.
Excuse me, thank you.
Hang on, where'd I go?
Okay, so we're gonna bring in 4 or 5.
I don't think we've decided that yet, so I guess
I'm
that's the
asking a
question.
question.
Yeah, I know, I guess that's the question.
If you talking about, I think we
Well,
talked about the top 5.
Yeah.
I think that's always good.
Okay.
Mm. At this point, to move forward with the top 5, is that what we're suggesting here, which is a cost? And what are we going to do for the next step when we say move forward with the top 5? What do we mean by that specifically?
Is it possible
We
just to have the HR to
We
contact?
asked them to pull out.
Listen, hold it. They're not.
Understand how at our last meeting, we made it unequivocally clear that this would be the meeting that we proceed regardless of who, what, when, where, and how. This can is being further kicked down the road, and it's not fair to the process or the people that we have in limbo. And I'm gonna say this because before we've had extensive conversation about how we even get to this point. And so now, even in the event of unreadiness, there still should be something that you can contribute to this conversation that would allow us to push forward. Even if there has been last minute changes, regardless of who it is, there's still others on that list that should be there.
We also don't even know if they're still available.
It's no different when we vote.
But-
If I don't want to vote with, if I want to go against the motion, I can't. So at this time, there's a majority.
I agree.
Go move forward.
We don't have to hold the process up or whatever. We can continue to move forward.
But
and
she
get-
asked for additional time.
Right.
I would, I said, if we don't get it, if I don't get additional time, let's go with the majority. Did I not say that? I'm okay with it.
That's a cop out.
Please don't call me a cop out.
I didn't say I said that. I didn't say.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Just-
here we are. We need to, we again are at a stalemate. We need to move forward. Commissioner Borum.
Yeah, I mean, I think based on what we had, I mean, we say we're gonna come back, we're gonna give the 5 and give direction to move forward. And so at this point, we have brought the candidates forward that we have, and we just move to the next step in which we can just say, okay, we'll have the HR person to reach out to the people that we have presented to see if, of their availability. So we don't continue to, further delay the process. It's already been delayed quite a bit already. And so to continue to do that is disservice to people serving in various capacities in this, and we gotta get an administrator. We waited for quite some time, and we've got people who have submitted their applications because we have the city have posted the position available. So we need to give those people their due. We won't have anybody if we continue to go down this process. People will not want to apply at the city because we are not selecting candidates who are fit the requirements.
So as a result of the conversation and we move forward, do we make the recommendation that even at this moment that the process has been closed and that no further people will be able to be brought to the table? Because we have to make contact with these people to let them know that we are either those that are not, those that we have that have been dangling for so long, we have to make sure that those people get some kind of formal communication that thank you for applying, but we are looking to move, you're not, whatever the jargon is. So that's what we have to do. That's what we got to continue to make these decisions. Because we have people dangling from the last time still.
Right.
Oh, I thought people did get notification.
No, they did not get notification.
Ms. Jones, could you please clarify?
The individuals that we interviewed last time, everyone was notified of the decision that was made. The 4 that we had, the rest of them dropped out of the race, did not. They had already voluntarily dropped out because of, for whatever reason. The 4 that we interviewed.
Well, I have gotten communication from at least 2 of them that they still haven't heard anything from the city. And this was as of yesterday.
Okay. Well, okay, so I know I did prepare the letters. I did send them out, and I did maintain copies too.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Looking back at my notes, just because I want to make sure I calculated the votes correctly. I've only got 4 names listed for Commissioner Campbell.
That's what I said. I've only
Correct.
submitted 4.
Sorry, I was just making sure, sir. I don't want to be wrong.
So again, Commissioner Boren suggested that we move forward and ask HR. Is that how we want to proceed to contact these? Are we saying the top 4 candidates here or?
The ones that's highlighted, we call them in.
Okay, that's the top
For
4.
interviews, scheduled interviews.
Can we pick one out of them? Because we said top 5. So if we continue to limit ourselves, because we asked to bring 5 back. So out of those other ones, let's get one.
But they all.
Well, the top 5 was to see, do we have them all? We have them in common, because we could have just had 2.
Yeah, we just.
And if we had them all in common, and then that would have been the top, that would have been it.
That's it, the top 4.
Mayor,
Sarah?
Commissioners, if I may, in order to contact contacting the top 4, and I'm setting up interviews, direction on, do we want to, because the background is going to be, it's going to take longer than a normal background. Do we want to proceed with background checks at this time?
If that is is that the current process that we currently have, where it's when we select those individuals, that is our process,
Yeah,
correct?
because these are your 5 finals, which was our, the recommendation from the senior advisor. And the background check on a normal applicant wouldn't be, but these would take a more of extent because what happens is they may go out once you put in for certain things for these positions. They go out to the locations if they're right there and actually pull personnel files and get more information on the individual. So it could take much longer than the week or so that I would get a normal background check back. So just direction on, do I start on these 5 or are we going to interview and then start? And it still would be maybe, I don't know how long that process is going to be before they get everything back so that individual could start. I just need clear direction on what it is you're asking me.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, did we say once they were selected, that then we would come back to the table and consult? If I'm not mistaken, is that not what we said? At some point in the conversation, I could be wrong.
Yeah, from the last meeting, you guys were, the commission, you were gonna select 5. At that time, I did not know because actually Ms. West and myself had been moved from the equation. So I did not know that you were gonna bring it back or who was gonna be responsible for the backgrounds. There was talk about an outside source maybe finishing the process. So, but I'm willing to do whatever. I just want to make sure I got clear direction in moving forth on the candidates. So I don't overlook anything.
The only thing that we pulled staff back from was being part of the selection process of the city manager. That's it. Everything else, it is in play. It's in play. So we need this, we can't do everything right here, right now in terms of telling you what next step, whatever the next steps in our procedure and policy.
Commissioner Jones?
Can I suggest, when we do regular backgrounds, do we solicit a service or do our law enforcement officers, the police department conduct the background?
I use Applicant Insight for our normal background checks. It's an online service. I put in all of the information that I need from whatever on driver's license, that type thing. For the city manager, we're looking for education. So we're looking for a lot more things. The school system has to tell us, are these diplomas and stuff we have, is this correct? So.
But yes, and we want that full background, but just like a credit check, you do a soft credit check before they get approved for a car. Can we do a soft? They already signed on the application, right? That they consent to a background check.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so, and this is why I'm asking this question.
Okay.
When we got into the interview process the last time, at the 12th hour, we got information handed to us. So I'm saying we don't want those kind of surprises again. We want to have, at least before we bring them up and spend the $250, you say $2,500.
$2,500, yeah.
Was the quote for each background.
Correct.
Why do a $2,500 background on 2 people that we're not gonna even consider after the first round of interviews? You understand?
Right. Okay.
I'm just saying $5,000, that's $10,000 we're talking about, right?
And now Commissioner Campbell?
Can we see if the persons are available for the job
That's
prior
right,
to
I asked.
us spending money
Yeah.
doing a background?
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Can you assist with the background in your department or how's that?
Yes, we be willing to assist HR as much as possible to gather any information. I do believe there's some things that she does for the preliminary background for the city manager is a little different than we do for our preliminary backgrounds for us. But I do believe it's important that you gather the information you need to going into the interviews. So if needed, yes, we will make ourselves available.
I say because a lot of these people have been dangling for quite some time. And if those top 4 are not still interested in the job, for whatever reason, I think we need to have that determined first,
Okay.
and then proceed.
Okay. Okay, so I will make the phone call tomorrow on the top 4 candidates to make sure that they're still available for the position or still have an interest in the position. That would be my first step. From
Correct.
there, then we would move into the preliminary background portion of this to start before we set any interviews. And then we will get some dates together as to when you all will be available or when you want to interview, if it's gonna be in person. Are we doing in-person interviews?
Yeah, because that Zoom last time, we ran into
Right.
too many conflicts.
Okay. Okay, because I would check, because I believe some of the individuals would be traveling from out of state coming in. So I would have to make sure I got an availability, time, and it's not just in a rush and say they may not be available in a week if they're still interested. I don't know what it'll be like, but I will contact them and find out and try to get the interview, the background process started if they're available, first and foremost. So before I schedule the interviews, would you like me to make sure I receive some of that feedback from the background before the interviews are set?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll ask this question because there are many steps of information that I'm going to be receiving from the background. Is there any area in particular that you want me to focus on to make sure I get back that you all will be really interested in, whether it's education wise, social
Can you-
media, all of
can
these
you put to-
platforms?
Can you put together a list of the things that you generally would look
Looking for in the background?
And that way we'll be able to kind of process of elimination of what. Because at this point,
Okay, understood.
That's one of the things that.
No, that's fine.
Back at the last hour, so
Okay.
definitely for sure.
Okay.
We want as many avenues as possible so we can find out as much
no,
about
but you
these.
said of what she wants prior to scheduling.
Okay.
So I would like to see the list of things. Of course,
Yeah.
we know the basic thing, but there may be something that we're not thinking about right now that may be on that list of things that we might be like, you know what, I didn't think about that. And if that's something that we look for, I want to make sure that's at the forefront.
Okay.
You can send that to us in the email.
Yes, I will. Everybody electronically, anybody electronically?
I'm a
Okay,
digital person.
okay.
Any further direction for Ms. Jones? Any further discussion about this topic? Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I got it.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner comments.
Well, is Ms. Walsh still here? Right.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
I don't
Ms.
see her.
Well,
I think she may be in
Is
the
she out in the
office.
lobby? She in her office?
okay, because I had sent in a request. I sent in a request for information, for Florida League of Cities. Did y'all get that request and, regarding the building permit, information that we need to send? I sent it in an email
To me?
to.
I
to-
apologize.
I sent it to you and the interim city manager.
Is there a request for what, sir?
Building permit information for three years, and we're trying to gather information regarding. I sent it on Friday.
I don't recall seeing that, but I have been really, really tied up with a couple of,
Right.
like the 8 cases that we presented
Moore,
tonight.
If I have your email pulled up and it was sent to Jonathan and you copied me, I forwarded it to Ms. Walsh just now.
Okay. So, yeah. I just wanna see
Thanks,
if-
Sunny.
I might- No, I thought I put your name in there, but so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I just wanna see if we can get that information. It's due on the 18th, and hopefully we can get it back to them by that time. This should be pretty straightforward, something that we should already have for 3 years prior.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? Motion to adjourn, okay.
One of those,